Bonsoir, j'espère que vous allez bien. J'ai pas l'impression que le micro est allumé. On se retrouve ce soir pour commencer un nouveau jeu. On a terminé Horizon hier. Oh non. Selon mes critères, on l'a pas tout à fait terminé. Puisqu'il reste des trucs à collectionner qu'on n'a pas trouvé. Mais euh, on a terminé l'histoire. Et salut Iris. Bah écoute, ça va. Ça va. Je sais pas trop comment ça va se passer les prochains jours, mais ça va. Déjà, j'étais rassuré. Je pourrais aller chercher ma commande à la Fnac, vu qu'ils ont le droit d'ouvrir. Mais après, on va voir. C'est gros bordel ici. Tout à l'heure, j'entendais encore des gens qui klaxonnaient. Il y a des bouchons partout. J'étais faire les courses tout à l'heure. Je pensais que ça allait être la panique, mais ça allait. C'était moins pire que ce que je pensais. Bon, il y avait quand même des gens avec 3 kilos de papier toilette, de papier toilette et de pâtes, mais le petit message au micro. Nous vous rappelons que notre magasin ne sera pas fermé et sera alimenté régulièrement. C'était beau. Enfin bref. Donc oui, j'aime bien parce que j'ai un message automatique qui se lance quand le live se lance. J'oublie tout le temps de l'enlever. Et le message automatique, c'est pour les Sims. Aujourd'hui, les Sims ont décidé d'aimer mon tweet. Ils choisissent quand je joue plus, en fait. Nul. Non. Et aujourd'hui, c'est à noter 3 semaines avant la PlayStation. Putain, j'ai eu peur, j'ai vu un tweet. La PS5 repartait à cause du confinement. Non, putain, non. C'est une question. Ils vont pas reporter, on s'en fiche. Tout le monde, ils veulent l'avoir. Tout le monde, de toute façon, les gens, même s'ils n'étaient pas confinés, ils auraient pas leur PlayStation. De toute façon. Enfin bref. Donc on commence un nouveau jeu aujourd'hui. Je sais pas si vous connaissez le principe, plus ou moins. Mais du coup, il y avait un choix à faire tout à l'heure. Qui va être... On verra ça plus tard. J'ai acheté un truc, a priori, je ne sais pas quoi, mais je l'ai acheté. Le jeu, peut-être. Ah non, mais les drives, c'était pas la peine, je pense. C'était pas la peine. Moi, ça allait. À part les rayons pads, ça allait. Les autres rayons, c'était tranquille. Alors, la question que je me posais dans ce jeu, c'est qu'en fait, il n'y a pas de personnage principal. Il n'y en a pas. Les personnages qu'on va incarner, c'est des gens qu'on va récupérer. En fait, on peut incarner tous les PNJ qu'on trouve. Enfin, tous les PNJ. N'importe quel PNJ peut être incarné. Donc, il y a un système de mort définitive. Ça veut dire qu'on peut... En fait, le personnage principal, on va dire, c'est une organisation de pirates informatiques qui essaie de libérer Londres. Et donc, on va recruter des gens. Des gens qui peuvent mourir. La question est-ce qu'on active la mort définitive pour se faire un petit peu de challenge, ou est-ce qu'on met pas la mort définitive? Non mais à mon avis ils vont le faire tout seuls, les risques. Monter dans le même bus et finir. Ils vont pas finir dans le fossé, ils vont finir à l'hôpital, mais... Ils vont bien finir par y aller. Hein. Du coup ouais, je me demande si on met la mort définitive ou pas. J'ai lu... Alors après bon ça va dépendre, hein. J'ai lu des... On va laisser... J'ai lu des... On verra. Je sais plus ce que je veux dire. J'ai lu des tests du jeu. Ok. J'ai lu des tests du jeu qui disaient que c'était plus drôle en mode difficile et mort permanente. Potentiellement, on va peut-être le mettre en mode normal et mettre la mort permanente. Non, je peux pas l'activer comme ça. C'est pas un truc que je peux activer, mais je pense que... J'ai bien envie de mettre la mort permanente en fait. Ah, et ça j'imagine que ça va être... parce qu'en fait, ce jeu on commence... Alors c'est mon dernier jeu PS4. Normalement, on va le commencer sur PS4, on va sûrement le continuer sur PS5. J'imagine que transférer les trucs sur le cloud, ça permet de récupérer les données dans la version PS5. J'imagine. Et bon, c'est marrant du coup parce qu'on va pouvoir incarner enfin, tous les personnages qui sont là, potentiellement on peut les incarner. Donc on peut être une petite mamie, un petit papy, un policier, un punk, un mec bizarre, un ouvrier, on peut être n'importe qui, un docteur. Je sais pas. Est-ce qu'on met la mort définitive? Tu vas venir te confiner chez moi en novembre? Tu sais que t'as pas le droit de bouger. Moi déjà pour le boulot en fait je sais même pas comment ça va se passer vu comment ils ont formulé le truc. Je pense qu'on verra demain au boulot. Ouais non je sais pas. Mort définitive ou pas? J'hésite. Après on peut désactiver. Et on peut pas réactiver pour la même partie. Bah mais je sais pas en fait. Si... Allez, mort définitive. Je sais pas, elle me dit que ça met un challenge en plus parce que si jamais il meurt, il faut qu'on recommence à trouver des gens. Je regarde un truc. Et puis la difficulté, peut-être qu'on l'augmentera peut-être plus tard. Parce qu'en fait, j'ai eu des trucs drôles avec la mort définitive, alors... Ok, bon, on est parti. Heureusement que je l'ai reçu ce matin le jeu, comme ça j'ai pu l'installer et installer la mise à jour. Bon, vraiment j'ai mis les sous-titres, c'est en anglais. Je pouvais pas choisir le français, même si j'avais voulu en fait. Quand j'ai lancé le jeu à midi pour vérifier que c'était bien installé, il m'a dit il y a une erreur, on peut pas le mettre en français. Ok. Je voulais pas le mettre en français de toute façon. De toute façon j'ai regardé un petit peu, il y a d'autres gens qui ont aussi eu le même problème avec la langue. Mais bon. Ouais, mais je sais pas comment ça va se passer au boulot du coup. Parce qu'ils ont... Enfin, mon patron était pas chaud pour le télétravail, mais... Je sais pas si on va pas être obligé en fait. On verra. Il était pas chaud parce que ça s'est mal passé dans certains cas la dernière fois, donc... Ouais, ça... On verra demain, hein. Ce qu'il va dire. Après, bah, disons qu'il y a certaines personnes qui n'ont rien fait, en fait. Donc, effectivement, ouais, ils sont abusés. Si on veut.
Ah, London. What a town. History around every corner, and a tourist photographing it. Pubs serving up a pint and a smile. All that music, theatre and art. And multiculturalism. And the world's oldest underground, the Tube. The class of cities, really. Top shelf stuff.
C'est
Only
marrant.
took 12,000 years to build it up.
La voix est
and
bizarre,
one
c'est
night
normal, c'est
to
bon.
tear it all down.
Je sais pas si c'est mon son qui est bizarre ou si c'est le son du jeu qui est bizarre. Ou si c'est normal. Oui, donc c'est Londres dans un futur proche. Ce qui est marrant, c'est qu'on a failli jouer à Assassin's Creed Syndicate qui était à Londres aussi. Donc, je dirais que c'était normal la voix.
What's our status?
C'était normal.
Perimeter security's down, but plenty of your flying friends about.
Oh merde, ils vont nous mettre dans l'action comme ça. Il va mourir, mort permanente, il va mourir.
Yes, ma'am.
Si on doit le contrôler, il va mourir.
I'm in.
À chaque fois que la caméra se met derrière lui, j'ai l'impression que je vais devoir le
Brushed off, I might.
contrôler.
Ever consider leaving these security threats to the authorities?
That's rich, Bagley. The government would sooner arrest us for trying to help than actually do something useful.
We'll have to sort this one on our own.
Carefully, Dalton.
Bagley, are you detecting a little worry in Sabine's voice?
Brilliant. Asking the computer about feelings. This explains so much.
Shut it, you two, and get to work.
There she is.
Ok. J'aime bien quand on te lance comme ça dans l'action. Il va mourir. Il va mourir. Vous avez perdu.
Their profiles are heavily encrypted. No identifying information.
Ghosts in this system.
Ok.
That hurt you more than it hurt me.
On peut faire quelque chose avec lui? Ok. Donc je suis en train de... On est en train de... Oh. On est en train de jouer un jeu où il faut être discret. J'ai joué aux deux premiers.
Do us a favor and keep it quiet, Dalton.
If they don't shoot me, I won't shoot them.
Comment je mets
How's
la
that?
copie? Ça commence bien. Oh. Ah. En tout cas, les graphismes sont jolis. Je suis curieux de voir ce que ça va donner sur PlayStation 5. Quelle sera la différence en fait? Maintenez la croix pour enjamber les grilles, escalader des murs ou sauter par-dessus le vide. Ah. Ouais, non, c'est ça, c'est pour ça que je dis, à mon avis, je prévois pour qu'il meure dans pas longtemps. Je peux avoir un arc et des flèches. Est-ce qu'il y a des archers? Merde. Ok. Ah. C'était pas le bon côté. Mais j'ai déjà fait ça en fait. Appuyez L1 en visant un engin pour utiliser le piratage et amorcer le piège. Je sais pas, il fallait que j'aille à la porte ou il fallait que j'aille là? Ah. Oh. Je me souviens de ça. Il y a quelqu'un d'autre ou pas? J'ai pas l'impression qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre du coup. Ah, attendez. C'est quoi ce bruit? Pour l'instant, je me débrouille bien. Hein. C'est que le début. What? Ah.
They've got loads of Dedsec gear down here. Now why do you suppose that is?
What? How did they get their hands on it?
I don't know. But someone wants to make it look like Dedsec was here.
Shit. You need to proceed with extreme caution, Dalton.
Je suis plus très sûr avec la
Who
mort
are these men
permanente.
in black anyway?
Nothing identifying. I suspect that's by design.
Le Man in Black, il connaît pas? Ah.
Oh, fuck me. The entire place is rigged to blow.
Jesus, those canisters. Bagley, is that...
Oh merde.
RDX nitrogen. Enough to level Parliament.
Can you locate a detonator, Bagley?
Not exactly, but there's a device streaming a fuckload of encrypted data from the floor above you.
Yeah, that fits the bill. On my way.
Bagley, is that not the detonator?
No, but it's a transmitter sending a signal to a device on the floor above us. Safe to assume that would be the detonator we're looking for.
Hmm. Oh my god. Ça commence bien. Hmm. Non, c'est pas discret, mais ils ont rien marqué les autres. J'y arrivé. J'essaie de... de voir s'il n'y a pas un truc... Ah. Non, c'est juste que je suis extrêmement... Non mais dans ce jeu, dans les versions d'avant, j'ai fait de ces trucs des fois. Un jour, je suis arrivé dans un parking.
Staged Dedsec propaganda all around the bombs. These pricks are gonna blow up Parliament and hang it on us.
Not if you get to that detonator first.
J'étais il fallait que j'aille chercher un truc dans un endroit où il y a un parking. Je sais plus ce que j'ai fait, mais j'ai fait exploser une voiture qui a 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 tué tout le monde. Et après, j'avais plus rien à faire. Franchement, le premier, il est bien, mais sans plus. Le deuxième, il est vachement mieux. Il est plus fun en fait, le deuxième. En fait, c'est surtout tout ce que tu peux, tous les moyens dont tu peux faire quelque chose en fait. Non, bien sûr, c'est fermé. Waouh. Oh putain, ça va être plus relou là. C'est le petit tutoriel. Ceci dit, je suis en costard, ça peut...
Right in the House of Commons. Whoever these men in black are, they've got brass bollocks to set up in the center of government.
Tu sais faire quoi? Désactiver le détonateur, lequel? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut que je... Ah, ça. Je sens qu'il va y avoir des puzzles à... Non.
I found the detonator,
Non, non.
and it's definitely live.
Je pensais qu'on aurait un
Bagley, I'm
puzzle.
gonna need some help with this.
Yes, you are, but sadly I'm locked out.
Fuck. Well, we don't have a chance without Bagley.
Wait, I might know a workaround.
Je suis là, moi.
Change your manual overrides at MI5.
Ah, c'est un agent des services secrets.
Be quick about it.
Si c'est moi qui dois le faire, je sais pas.
All right, Bagley, do your thing.
I'm in. And the bombs have just armed themselves. Well, that may complicate matters.
Fuck's sake. Can you defuse them or not?
Of course I can, but I might also trip another failsafe and vaporize you, so fair warning.
Expect this to draw some attention your way, Dalton.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
Company at our back door. Dalton, we've got some heat here at HQ.
How long's this gonna take, Bagley?
Depends how often you interrupt me with questions.
All right, everyone. Faces on, guns out. It's about to get real.
Fuck.
Oh putain. Mort subite, on a dit. Mort permanente, pardon. Mort subite.
They're on me. I'll try and hold them off.
Check your doors and corners. Nothing to report. Checking elsewhere. I know you're here somewhere.
Bagley, update. Let's just say I'm both impressed and annoyed by how sophisticated this anti-tamper security is. Still working.
Someone down. Come on. Got someone down. Come on. Shit. Fuck, I got...
Approchez-vous.
Eyes open. Weapons ready. Quadrant clear. Moving
Non,
to
approche-toi, s'il te plaît.
Let's have a look around. Not seeing anything here. Moving elsewhere.
Bagley, tell me you're close.
I'm through security, now wading through terabytes of decoy code looking for the detonation sequence.
Yes. Oh merde. Ah! Non! Non! Mais...
Move into a secure position.
Problem, Dalton. I need your physical appendages now.
Putain!
There are 3 slots on the left. One of them is the receiver. You need to pull the controller wire.
Je sais pas si je pouvais mourir.
Kidding me?
No, I'm fucking not. Pull
Ah non,
the
je crois que
wire.
la mort subite, elle est pas, la mort permanente, elle est pas activée tout de
This
suite.
gets me blown up.
Bombs defused. See? That wasn't so bad, was it?
Bagley, you bastard. You nearly gave me a bloody heart attack then. Whoa, what the fuck am I looking at?
It appears Parliament is not the only target. More bombs are going live as we speak.
On screen, Bagley.
Now we need to get the word out. Those sites need to be evacuated.
They're spread out all over London. There isn't any time.
But my sister's at the town conference. We have to do something.
I picked up a transmitter on the roof that is sending out a signal to the other bomb sites. If you can reach it...
I can shut it all down. Sabine?
Fuck! Dalton, we're breached! Go! The roof!
Oh. Alors en plus, j'ai un nombre de munitions limité. Ce qui est bien dans ce jeu aussi, c'est que... Alors là, on n'a pas trop le choix, mais... On peut choisir... C'était quoi pour sprinter?
We're being raided. It's a bloodbath. Her protocol is to wipe everything, including Bagley.
I need him for the transmitter.
I know, but if they get him, they get everything. Names, ops,
R2,
locations.
merci.
Okay, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Wipe him.
Yes, wipe me.
Do it, Sabine, and get the hell out of there.
Fuck. Okay, Bagley's down. You're on your own. Dalton, if this goes...
It won't. I'll see you at the rally point. I promise.
Good luck.
Shut the fire! I can't do this. You have one lead. Go! Taking fire!
Ah merde. C'était beau quand même. Je peux la récupérer? Je suis fier de moi. Elle est où l'antenne? Le gros, l'énorme truc.
Okay. Bingo. No.
Well done, Dalton Wolf. I'm impressed.
The fuck are you?
Oh, you still think you're here to save London? I'm afraid that's not going to happen. You're here to help us with some important work.
Important work. Killing thousands of...
Oh
Exactly. To save the world. You do know Londoners have died before, hmm? The plague, the Great Fire, the Blitz. It was not much fun. But destruction is always secure. And it begins today. 0 day.
Non, on a dit 0 tonnes.
It's time for a hard reset.
Oh my god.
Mort permanente.
Explosions devastated 3 sites in London. Authorities are asking residents to remain in their homes as the situation continues to develop. We have received no official casualty total, but it is expected.
Mourners gathered for a series of candlelight vigils that brought closure to thousands of families and indeed to an entire city. London is now laser-focused.
10 Downing Street, where Nigel Cass, CEO of private military company Albion, received a mandate to secure London. Cass has vowed to hunt down Dedsec, terrorist responsible force. Albion used cutting-edge artificial intelligence systems and autonomous drones to capture the remaining members of Dedsec. A stark warning to would-be insurgents.
Corporations are posting record profits due to increased efficiencies in production and distribution, enabled by the use of technologies initially developed and approved for security purposes.
As crime numbers take a dive. Illegal gambling, drug trafficking and prostitution all down following prosecutions of the leaders of 4 of London's 5 largest criminal syndicates. The streets of Camden and Brixton.
Londoners, as Albion's mandate is extended indefinitely by the government, life finally begins to return to normal. Curfews and travel restrictions have been lifted in all boroughs, thanks to employment.
News outlets, reports of rioting in Trafalgar Square have been greatly exaggerated, possibly by foreign meddlers pushing a false narrative through social media. Albion is in complete control of a few...
To reprimand the public about the circulation of fake news, conspiracy theories persisting in dark corners of the internet that terrorist group Dedsec were framed for the bombings have been roundly rejected. Our own reporters could not find a single Londoner willing to expound those theories on camera. The facts simply don't support any other story.
J'imagine que c'est un écran de chargement. Yeah, un trophée. Wouh. Le début de beaucoup de trophées. A priori, le platine, il est atteignable.
I need to assemble a team, but I can't reboot Dedsec alone. Let me break into London CTOS and see who's available.
I'm Claire Waters, and we've been discussing the hacktivist, now alleged terrorist group, Dedsec, on this week's Buccaneer Radio. I have Colin calling in. Colin, what's your take?
Now, I've been saying from the start we should have rounded up Dedsec and thrown them in jail. Now, I'll say they should all be lined up and shot.
You don't find it awfully convenient that they've been fingered as the attackers, but we've seen no proof?
Look at Tone! Look at our city! What more proof do you need?
Well, Colin, I'd say you have to look at their history of non-violent action. Albion's put more civilians in the hospital in the past few months than Dedsec ever has. I smell a scapegoat. Now I have Emily calling in. Emily, what's your take?
You're absolutely right, Claire. The government's just framing Dedsec because they want to make it seem like they have this under control. They probably have no clue who was behind the bombings. But that doesn't look good on the news, does it? Dedsec's been a thorn in their side. Who better to pin it on?
Angie, I have you next. What do you make of all this?
I think if anything,
Fallait pas sauter dans le trou,
showed
c'est
their
ça.
true colours.
It's terrifying to think we harbored such a dangerous element for years. Terrorists in our own backyard.
Do you find Dedsec more frightening than the different gangs in London, like Clan Kelly?
Clan Kelly might set your shop on fire and maybe they'd kill you, but even they wouldn't try to blow up all of Parliament.
Next, I have Crypto King. Do you feel safer using a pseudonym?
Everyone should. Why make it easier for them to track you? And now we've seen what they're capable of and how far they're willing to go.
Hold on. Do you mean the government? Are you suggesting the government was responsible for the bombings?
Oh, trust me, Claire. They didn't do it alone. They're all in on it. The government, Albion, Sirs, Bloom, Sky Bloody Larson, and all the way up to Downing Street. They want to keep us scared, harness us with mind control, suck every last ounce of usefulness out of us, and even in death they'll sell off our bodies.
And what do you suggest we do, Crypto King?
Go underground. Deep enough, no electric signal can get you. It's the only way.
Well, thank you to all of our callers today, and thank you for tuning in and scouting for the truth along with me. Next week, Buccaneer Radio will be diving into the Albion Corporation. Just who are these men and women being paid lucrative amounts for the city's defense? Are they protecting us? Protecting London? Or someone else's interests? See you next week, fellow pirates. Claire Waters out.
Is worse than I thought. Ah, but there's a candidate. Looks like you're Dedsec's best hope.
Alors, on peut choisir. Sorina Dragoscu, instructrice de fitness, a terminé un marathon avec une cheville cassée. Santé béton, encaissement de dégâts. Benjamin Campbell, contrebandier, envoyé des forces armées pour subordination. Pistolet automatique, semi-automatique. Chorégraphie. Contrefait des bons de réduction, remise sur les vêtements. Ça va nous aider, je pense, d'avoir des remises sur les vêtements. Matt Fernando, concepteur de jeux de plateau, approché par Albion après avoir hacké les serveurs d'un MMO. Appelle un drone. Elena Farah, esthéticienne, a donné 5 étoiles au pub Earl's Fortune en ligne. Encaissement de dégâts. Banquier, ligne directe avec le commissaire, copinage, libère Rabbit des coéquipiers. Star de TRLT, exclut à vie du zoo de Londres, MP5. Pourquoi elle a l'automitrailleur, cette madame? Robert Letson, médecin, travaille dans un hôpital pour enfants à l'étranger, soins urgents, guérison rapide des coéquipiers. Arlene John, sans emploi, cité à comparaître pour avoir frappé l'entrejambe d'un garde Albion. Mort à Albion, dégâts de faction bonus. Article du spectacle, artiste du spectacle, au Mercade. Elle a raté le permis moto. Elle a raté le permis moto, mais il a une moto? Bravo. Sarah Rivera, mannequin, a récemment acheté une voiture de sport pour 2535 livres. Ah, on peut voir les bios et tout. Instructeur de fitness. Événement récent. Dedsec a aidé sa famille à obtenir l'asile politique. Âge complémentaire. Info complémentaire. Âge 29. Profession, instructrice de fitness, salaire 26 600 livres. Associé Willow Dragoscu, tante. Métadonnées a participé à un Anciaro en Espagne. Poste des nouvelles érotiques sur Dedsec. Ok. Lieu de naissance Cluj-Napoca en Roumanie, indiqué l'église orthodoxe russe dans la catégorie religion du recensement. Elle lance une campagne de crowdfunding pour des vêtements d'athlétisme. Dedsec l'a aidé à effacer son casier judiciaire. Âge 34, profession contrebandier, salaire 17 200 livres. Associé Dan Frost, agent d'immigration. Elisabeth Hussein, preneuse de Paris. Métadonnées a multiplié une liste de ressources pour les hommes souffrant de troubles alimentaires. Elle a refinancé son logement, cherche son nom dans la base de la police piratée. Impliqué dans un trafic d'organes, fait des dons aux organisations de droite. Ok. Âge 24, profession de chorégraphe, salaire 25 700. 17 sec, a diffusé une de son tabassage par des gardes. Associé Cathy Bose, grand-mère, Mouna Al-Massoud, avocate, membre de la troupe de l'Almeida Théâtre, prêt refusé par la banque, achat fréquent en roman d'amour, mère survivante d'une fratrie d'octuplés, un abonnement à une site de fétichistes de clowns. Comment dire Dedsec l'a protégé contre un drone d'émeute qu'il avait identifié comme cible. H19, professeur concepteur de jeux de plateau. Profession, pardon. Salaire 12 900 livres. Associé Claire Fernando, grand-mère, Rudolf Laurent, Samy. Éco-terroriste sur internet, a charré sans overboard, monde d'un club de thé, a recherché comment rejoindre le clan Kelly, a recherché statut juridique Parcel Fox. Esthéticienne, Dedsec a l'esprit d'acquisition, du meurtre fallacieuse. Âge 51 ans, profession esthéticienne, salaire 12 100, Liam Farah époux, AOF Brown journaliste. Titulaire d'un diplôme en cosmétologie, fréquente la banque alimentaire, membre du parti travailliste, fan de cinéma étranger, a recherché comment éviter tout contact social. Je l'aime bien cette dame. Banquier, ligne directe. Dedsec a exposé un politicien corrompu qui voulait le faire chanter. Âge 48, profession banquier, salaire 30 000 livres. C'est qui gagne le plus? C'est lui pour l'instant. Associé Salma Shipender, preneuse de Paris, Jensing maîtresse. Il a 5000 livres de dette, je vais dire Simflouz. A milité en faveur de la décriminalisation de la crypto-monnaie, fan de films classiques, le naissance Mason Angleterre, se plaint des personnes qui doublent dans la file d'attente sur les réseaux sociaux. Dedsec l'a aidé à attraper l'assassin d'un de ses amis. Âge 24, profession star de télé-réalité, salaire 182 400 livres. Ah bah c'est elle qui gagne. Associé, Joshua Whitley, avocat. Métadonné, allergique au soja, prend des cours d'impro, a tiré de signe alarme de la station de Charing Cross, a reçu des menaces de mort en ligne. Rêve de devenir mannequin. Médecin travaille dans un hôpital pour enfants à l'étranger. Un neutralisé un groupe ethnique qui lui en voulait. Âge 49, profession salaire. Médecin, profession salaire. Salaire 74 400 livres. Associé l'Inselec, Elisabeth Hussein, preneuse de Paris. Elle associe à plusieurs personnes. Hein. Lieu de naissance Road Town, île Vierge britannique, a quitté la demeure familiale à 15 ans, bénévole à l'international, bénévole pour une ligne d'écoute sur le suicide, a regardé la vidéo, la vérité sur ce qui est arrivé à Dedsec à Londres. Alan Jones sans emploi, Dedsec a sauvé un de ses amis d'un réseau de trafic d'êtres humains. Âge 23, profession sans emploi, salaire 900 livres. Sam Silva, psychothérapeute en attente de déportation. Esteban Jones, père. A signé une tribune dans le journal de gauche, fréquente de la banque alimentaire, forte tolérance inhabituelle au cannabis, voiture confisquée à la suite d'une course illégale, a mis à jour son profil de recherche d'emploi. Dedsec a empêché la déportation de Nickel de ses amis. Âge 20, profession d'artiste spectacle, 13 000, Salma Shipender. Margaret Kahn a pris le cours d'improvisation, a relu l'article Surmonter la phobie de l'hôpital, utilise des tableurs en ligne pour créer des patrons de tricot, a voté pour le Brexit, ah bah bravo, facture impayée. Mannequin, elle avait quoi elle? Voiture de sport. Dedsec l'a protégé contre un des assassins du clan Kelly. Âge 34, pardon. Profession mannequin, salaire 47 600. Associé Anne Christensen, Brad Rivera, son oncle. Excusez-moi. De naissance au Mexique, je vais pas prononcer. Liste d'envie en ligne, fossiles, munitions, vodka. Sous anti-oestrogène et suivi par 2 millions d'abonnés en ligne, crée des bijoux à partir d'objets recyclés. Analyse des crypto-monnaies. C'est un forum de hackers sur le dark web. Hack rapide, recherche rapide et piratage. H23, professionnalise des crypto-monnaies, salaire 71 400 livres. Anthony Watanabe, ami en attente de déportation. Colinza Silva, ami, membre d'un club de social privé, a tenté de vendre des photos de Sky Larson, gère un forum réunissant des messages de trolls, a recherché de Shepherd's Pie Authentic Londres, possède une pompe à insuline. Nathalie Gorman, ancienne cryptographe, téléchargement rapide, abonnement 6G, putain elle a la 6G elle. Âge 60 ans, profession romancière, salaire 9500 livres. Chloé Paré, preneuse Paris, Georges Gorman, époux. Arrestation devant la mairie, lieu de naissance Belfast, Irlande du Nord. À regarder la vidéo, prendre confiance en soi, se faire des amis. À écouter la même chanson en boucle, à rechercher chef du clan Kelly. Dan Jurko, électricien, sans représentation syndicale. Arme de corps à corps lourde. Âge 60 ans, profession électricien, salaire 14 300. Jaga Takour, travailleur social. Claire Turco, épouse, membre du parti travailliste. Lieu de naissance Timisoara, Roumanie. Site à comparaître pour cette battue nue avec l'ensemble des clients d'un pub. Ok. Un rendez-vous pour une consultation pré-vasectomie à tirer le cylindre d'alarme dans la station de Charing Cross. A posté un avis sur la National Gallery de la grosse merde. Arme de corps à corps légère. Âge 19 ans, profession artiste, salaire 173 400. Ryan Udo, frère en attente de déportation. Eden Mekonnen, collègue décédé. Regarde de nombreux soap opéras en streaming, a voté des politiciens anti-migrants, a téléchargé 138 e-books, a hérité de 20% de courses, arrestation pendant une crise de somnambuliste. J'aime bien lui, pour l'instant. Parce que lui, il a la recherche rapide des piratages. Et ça peut me servir en fait. Je pense qu'on va prendre lui. De toute façon, après, on... Lui, non, je l'aime pas, lui. Il a une moto et en plus, il a pas son permis moto. Ouais, je pense que... Je pense qu'on va prendre lui. Howard Osei. Sauf si vous avez un préféré. Ou autre. Non, je pense qu'on va choisir lui. Je sais pas si on peut les personnaliser après. Il me semble qu'on peut les personnaliser un petit peu après. Après, oui, on peut les personnaliser, on peut avoir des réductions sur les vêtements. Voilà, je pense que je vais prendre lui. Bienvenue à la Résistance. Howard Osei sera le premier membre de votre équipe Dedsec. Continuez à faire grandir votre équipe en recrutant de nouveaux membres. Ça pas Inis. Ils sont tous anglais, hein. Ouais, Inis, il avait l'accent anglais. Vous avez toujours trippé les bios dans ce jeu. Des fois, tu lis des trucs, tu fais... Et là, tu penses que quand toi, tu te balades dans la rue, potentiellement, c'est pareil. Je sais pas ce qu'on va devoir faire.
Glad to see you're alive. If you're still committed to the cause, Dedsec needs you. I'll send you the coordinates to our last safe house. Meet me there.
Fine.
Je peux pas lire? C'est nul. Ah putain, mais il conduit ça. Il conduit de l'autre côté. C'est vrai. Est-ce que vous voulez vraiment que je conduise? Ouah, je suis à l'envers. Ça commence bien. Mais laissez. Pourquoi? Bref, on n'a rien vu. Comment j'y vais là où je suis censé aller? Je suis censé aller là. Puis éventuellement... Non, c'est pas mieux apparemment. Non mais en plus il faut qu'on vire de l'autre côté de la route. Un truc que j'avais pas aimé dans le premier, c'est qu'il y avait pas mal de courses poursuites. Et franchement, ça m'a assez gavé. Parce que c'est pas ce que je préférais dans le jeu, il y en avait quand même pas mal de trucs qui étaient basés sur ça. Putain, mais je regardais le feu rouge, le feu du mauvais côté de la route. Merde, je peux pas tourner là. Et là, c'est la faute du taxi. Les paroles de la chanson sont un peu bizarres. Mais on peut pas mettre le clignotant. Y'a pas un clignotant sur cette voiture d'ailleurs? Il serait situé où le clignotant sur cette voiture? Merde. Hein. Je suis pas allé dans le bon sens. Je peux tourner là? J'ai loupé quelque chose. Oh. Attendez. Comment je descends? Comment je descends de la voiture?
Auto drive now enabled.
Putain, ça me stresse de les voir sortir du mauvais côté de la voiture.
They set up two overly ecstatic characters in the game, but of course one of them will die in the inevitable act.
J'ai pas d'argent. Je suis pauvre. Mais c'est bien, on peut les personnaliser et tout. Ça, je pense que c'est le DLC. Ça doit être le DLC que j'ai eu le enfin, le DLC. Ça doit être mes bonus de préco, ça. Putain, j'ai rien dans mon truc. J'ai jamais regardé ce qu'il y a. C'est un peu comme les Sims, en fait. Putain, ça coûte cher. C'est ça qu'il nous faudrait dans les Sims. Ceci dit, je préfère... Enfin, bon, elles sont pas extraordinaires, mais... On peut avoir un kilt. C'est très... C'est une jupe, ça, on est d'accord, c'est pas un kilt. Ceci dit... On va porter ce qu'il faut. Bon, ça va pas être ma boutique préférée, hein. Dans le 2, il y avait des boutiques par type. C'est très... C'est très à thème, celui-là. Eh, on peut... Je sais pas ce que ça donne si tu le déguises. Je me demande s'il peut chez le coiffeur aussi. Je me pose des questions. Des masques. Est-ce qu'ils ont rajouté ça récemment ou... ça n'a rien à voir, c'était déjà dans le jeu. Est-ce que j'ai pas vu? Ah, j'aime bien ce haut. Bref. On va retourner dans la voiture. On va essayer d'aller... Mais qu'est-ce que vous faites? What? Mais ils sont débiles ces gens. On dirait que les flèches sur la route, elles ont été faites... Alors attendez. La question, c'est un rond-point ça? Ah, j'aime bien. J'aime bien la musique. Après, je sais pas si je vais aimer la musique en entier. Je peux prendre le rond-point? Je sais pas si je le prends bien, mais... Je sais pas si je vais... Je sais pas où je vais. Si je vais par là, ça va? Non. Je vais par là. C'est confusant cette route. Alors attendez, il faut que j'aille encore tout droit. C'est tellement plus drôle d'y aller nous-mêmes plutôt que de le faire y aller. Merde, je peux traverser la route? Non. Je me demande si... Je sais pas si on peut choisir ou si la musique ça dépend de... Ceci dit, c'est mieux que le DLC le dernier DLC de Final Fantasy XV. Je sais pas si je peux tourner là. C'est compliqué Londres. Il y a un truc là. Excusez-moi. Parliament Square. Jour 1, jour 24. J'ai vu Morgenstern et Biggs pour parler de l'attaque. Le président de la Chambre des communes servira d'exemple. On va se charger de lui et de ses gardes du corps d'Albion quand il sortira du Parlement. Ils ne peuvent pas nous arrêter. Jour 25, jour -1. J'ai fait une crise et j'ai eu besoin de mon inhalateur. Morgenstern assume qu'Amel est doué. Le gouvernement va devoir répondre à nos demandes. Jour 26, il s'est passé quelque chose. Albion était au courant de notre plan. On a été encerclés dès qu'on a avancé. Il y a une taupe chez nous, il nous arrête. Pourvu que quelqu'un trouve ce mot. Ok, donc ça c'est le truc qu'on a écouté à la fin. Ok, donc là il y a tous les trucs à récupérer, j'imagine. Ma mission c'est ça. Je vais gagner de l'argent. Ma carte est là, ok. Oups, excuse-moi. Je reprends ma voiture, vous inquiétez pas. Ouh, il y a encore un truc ici. Je sais pas où. Là. Parlement Square 2. Capitaine, le plan contre le président de la Chambre des communes est confirmé pour demain à 19 h. Veillez à ce que des gardes soient prêts à intercepter. Protocole X5 standard. L'attaque a failli être annulée ce soir, mais j'ai calmé la tête pensante du groupe. On ne peut pas passer cette chance d'arrêter ces minables. Soldat, Dr Morgenstern. Oh. Il y avait un traître parmi eux. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Ok. Il y a quelque chose là-dedans. Comment je fais pour sortir maintenant? Ah, c'est un drone qui est dessiné, non? Ok. Oh, c'est joli. C'est bon, la cathédrale, elle a un vitrail holographique. Parce qu'on est d'accord qu'un vitrail, ça tourne pas comme ça. Hein. Attends, j'ai laissé la radio et tout. Il y a des places... Comment on se garde dans cette ville? Donc, comment je me gare? Où je me gare? Je me gare sur le trottoir? Je suis bien garé là, non? C'est quoi tous ces trucs là? Oh. Et on dirait ma voiture. Faut que j'aille là.
I've downloaded a patch to your optics so you can access our security system. It's set up so that I can't just let someone who isn't Dedsec in. You'll have to do the manual override.
Smart move having redundant systems like that. Can't trust anyone, right?
Maintenez L1 sur objet verrouillé pour révéler le puzzle passerelle à réseau. Utilisez L1 pour faire pivoter les nœuds. Bouclez les circuits pour résoudre le puzzle. Ah, je me souviens de ça. Celui-là était pas trop difficile.
One of Sabine's, are you? I'll see you downstairs later then.
Ok. Faut que je vous la porte, c'est ça avant. Je ferme la porte derrière moi quand même.
This is what you wanted, mate. Get to it.
Ok. Pour l'instant j'aime bien. C'est tranquille. Ouh. Ah, je sens que c'est là qu'il va y avoir 3 millions de trucs.
Sabine! Right, where's the fucking light switch?
Comment je fais?
This is the bug. Hello, resistors. It's bug time. Are you all sitting comfortably? No? Good. That's as it should be. This is the bug. I'm Andy, and joining me to analyse the latest blowflies to emerge from the corpse of a once free Britain, it's Alice.
Hello, Andy.
And today,
c'est bien, il y a quand même le truc.
About Albion, your friends and mine. Alice, the government has extended Albion's contract and have also boasted that violent crime has plummeted to a record low. Now, extending Albion's contract, to me, that's like having a pet dog, let's call it Nigel for the sake of argument, that attacks you every single day and thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be nice if Nigel had puppies?
That contract has been extended so many times, it's like the neck of a politician that's criticised the government.
I'm not sure entirely how those contract extension negotiations went, probably like a footballer. In the old days, I assume Albion's agent was leaking stories to the press about how our favourite private militia was being tapped up by Barcelona or Bayern Munich. The government panics and thinks, well, we better get them signed up before it's too late. But still, violent crime, a record low, although I imagine that probably depends exactly how you count it. If you include violent crime committed by the state, either themselves or via Albion, their chosen violent crime contractors who provide such a very valuable bargain service of beating people up, well, it's probably not quite as low as the figures suggest.
I don't know. I think they're probably right. Who has the opportunity to commit violent crime these days anyway? The moment you pick up a fruit knife, you get tasered by a robot policeman and deported for looking Bulgarian. It's a much more peaceful society. It's just much less of a society.
I want to know the details of the contracts, Alice. I mean, are they paid per dissident duffed up? Is it a set rate for each extrajudicial state mugging? And what is that rate? What do you think?
Well, they certainly look like they're trying to hit a quota of some kind.
Well, what is the set rate? Is it, 99.95 cryptos bargain? Seems very reasonable indeed. I imagine they don't ask too much anyway, because it's just so nice to get paid for doing your hobby anyway, isn't it? I imagine it doesn't even feel like work.
I mean, who needs violent crime anymore anyway? You know, you can just starve to death without even starting a gang war.
We do have to ask exactly what does the Prime Minister make of all this. Let's ask him. Oh, I hope they pick up. Hello, you're through to number 10 Downing Street. Hello, is the Prime Minister there, please? Let me just check. Sorry, you've missed him. I'm afraid he's popped out for the decade. Oh, never mind. Is there anyone else I can talk to? Yes, of course. There's a shady cabal of vested interests who control him and prop him up in power. Great, I'll have a chat with them then.
Oh, Andy, remember when you could get away with prank calls without people coming around to your house to beat the shit out of you?
Oh, happy time.
You're listening to The Bug.
Did you think the Prime Minister will ever come back?
I don't think we've ever had a Prime Minister.
Well, that's a much more reassuring way of looking at things. What have we become, Alice? When you look at the state of our politics, we're supposed to have the mother of parliaments. Well, this is one mother that has emphatically abandoned her kids in the woods to be brought up by wolves. And let me tell you, that never works out like it does in the stories. Wolves are bad parents, unless you're a wolf, in which case they can do a job bringing you up as a wolf. Do not give your children to wolves. And do we actually own anything as a country now? Is there anything we haven't flogged off for profit? Oh, I think we've basically just become a homeopathic Britain. Diluted and diluted until there's barely a trace of the original Britain left. But some quackish lunatics insist it actually works better that way. It's total bullshit. Is there anything left? New on The Bug this week, a new feature, the Bug Off feature. The person who has most irritated us in Britain this week, we're going to tell to bug off. And to get things going, I'm going to nominate Big Nigel Cass. Look, this is Britain. History tells us this place is a bastion of freedom. I'm just not sure that kind of freedom should involve Big Nigel expressing his freedom to run a private army. I guess historically there is a precedent, the East India Company. That was a trading house with an army of 250,000 soldiers, which is a lot for a company. The Bug PLC has Alice with a water pistol, but crucially, compared with Albion, the East India Company didn't operate its 250,000 strong army in London. It did it a long way away, out of sight, out of mind. Anyone to nominate for the Bug Off, Alice?
I think today's Bug Off for me goes to my streaming service. I'm sick of being recommended things based on things I already like. The other day it recommended me to watch a reality TV competitive dating show set in a nude commune. Andy, I watched it and I liked it, and I do not want to be the kind of person who enjoys nude competitive reality television dating shows. I did not want to know that about myself. I have to go sit in the corner and cry.
That's it from The Bug. Don't forget the live show that is so secret it is definitely not happening at the usual time and place this month. Definitely not. And definitely do not tell anyone not to come to it. It's definitely not happening. Usual time and place. Bye-bye.
C'est quand même super long comme truc à écouter. Je me suis dit mais ça va jamais finir. C'était intéressant hein, mais c'était long. Comment je fais pour le rattraper celui-là? J'ai pas eu le... Ah si.
Coming up in today's episode of The Upload, we're talking about how Bagley managed to conquer London. Pretty much my favourite topic. I could talk for hours about the rise of the AI system. It's easy to forget about its origins. It's so present everywhere we go now. Bagley just kind of blends into the background.
Bagley is the service AI that's present in every Optic device. Whether you're using the Optic, Bagley will be there. The AI is streamed to your Optic from Bloom's central command center, and it was first created by Sky Larson, our tech hero, as part of her techno-utopian idea for the world. Why do you think it grew so quickly?
In my mind, it's no surprise that Bagley became so popular. It's funny, useful, fast. It's a great companion and really just makes life so much easier. I mean, when you look back at all the service AIs that used to exist, they just can't compete. When you ask Bagley anything, there's a quick answer and loads of information available to you. One day, I let Bagley answer all of my messages for a whole 24 hours and no one even noticed the difference.
The other competitors really just couldn't compete with Bagley. Their answers were so much worse, they didn't understand anything, and Bagley pretty much gets everything right first time. Do you have any idea why Bagley really beat all the competition?
Well, it's really the data, isn't it? Ever since Broker hooked up with Bloom, that's when things changed.
And really, that's not actually that great. Bloom has data on everybody. They collect information about everything you're doing across the web through your Optic headset. Isn't the AI only good because of Bloom's surveillance?
Well, I suppose so, but I'd prefer not to talk about that side of things. Bagley is so special because it's been trained on this huge cache of information. That's how these AI systems work.
Or at least used to work. I mean, we don't really know that much about the latest version because there's so much secrecy around the tech. But they're given this huge amount of training data. It's basically a huge database that's used to teach the AI about patterns in behavior. You know, so if you always travel the same way to your house, it can predict when you're going to go and get a self-driving car ready for you before you even ask for it.
That's pretty terrifying. In some ways, I don't want this data to drive my life. It understands too much at times. Have you heard some of the rumors around the hacked version of Bagley?
I've heard mutterings, yes.
I've heard it's been used by Dedsec.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's pretty well known that they're not fans of Bloom. But the idea of a souped-up version of Bagley, given it's already so intelligent, is a bit terrifying.
I wonder what they could actually make it do.
Waouh. C'est super intéressant, je trouve, mais c'est vrai que c'est long, quoi. J'aime bien l'accent anglais aussi, je sais pas, je trouve que ça sonne bien. J'ai pas de mini-carte là. Tout à l'heure j'avais une mini-carte avec tout ce que je pouvais récupérer. J'imagine qu'ils sont dans le métro. Il y a plein de trucs partout. Disquette, relique. New Skies est un titre développé par le studio londonien Britley Software en 1989. Ce jeu d'aventure arcade relate l'histoire d'un soldat participant à l'invasion humaine sur Mars. Dans le but d'étouffer un mouvement de résistance, le joueur doit détruire des réserves d'armes extraterrestres et des documents de propagande ainsi qu'éliminer les dirigeants martiens. Le jeu fut un lamentable échec. Britley Software fit faillite et son PDG se lança dans une nouvelle carrière dans le domaine des renseignements, où ses idées furent mieux reçues.
Hey, that's wicked.
Bon, on va peut-être regarder autre chose que... 2 secondes que les trucs de son. Élément masque, garde-robe. Masque, élément de garde-robe. J'ai du mal, hein. Bon, on est reparti.
Hello and welcome back to The Upload. In this episode, we're talking about CTOS 3.0, the city operating system that's now powering all of London. For those of you who need reminding, as if anyone does at this point, CTOS was first used in Chicago in 2014 and then San Francisco in 2017.
Oui, c'est Watch Dogs 1 et Watch Dogs 2.
To London. And every time it's been rolled out, it's been pretty much an unmitigated disaster.
For those of you who are listening who are lucky enough not to be here in London's chaotic scenes, it's worth remembering that the telecoms tower is now owned by Bloom. The tower looms over northwest London. It's always been a communications hub, acting as part of the UK's television and communications network, although there's been some secrecy around its use, and now that Bloom owns it, it's only even more secret.
Yeah, now everything that's part of Bloom's city surveillance operation is run through the telecoms tower. And I have to say, it looks completely ridiculous. It's got that silly crown thing at the top and all the blue light.
What's that even about? What does it do? I don't see that there's any purpose to that at all.
It's a blight on the skyline, if you ask me. And it's become the main point of control for millions of people. The system network and Bagley are both operated and streamed from there too.
And don't forget about the self-driving cars too.
I always thought they were just running on their own.
No, CTOS is the big control system behind the cars. There was a point back in the earliest days of self-driving car technology that they operated by themselves. They used to use a series of sensors to see the world around them. Radar, for instance, would look far off into the distance, while LiDAR would detect objects nearby. And while these cars still use some of this technology, Bloom CTOS and its detailed maps and data that it has on London really makes Bloom be able to take control of it. And CTOS can take control of your car if you're parked incorrectly. It's no surprise that it was made mandatory to have a self-driving car.
The system is so bad though, it's so annoying. Whenever I try to use one of the shareable self-driving cars, I always find myself stuck in traffic jams or roadblocks. Not to mention the accidents. I've heard so many stories of cars shunting into the back of others. I think they're worse than human drivers sometimes.
The technology was meant to make things better, but Bloom has made it so bad that it just makes London even more chaotic than it was before.
C'est parce que j'ai conduit tout à l'heure.
I'm only using the bikes which are not self-driving at the moment, at least. And don't even get me started on the data. Everything that Bloom sees from your movements around the city and the self-driving cars is collected and feeds back into its big information control system.
Oh, not you and Bloom and privacy again. You're a broken record.
Not as broken as our city's cars.
Non mais ça c'est parce que j'étais là tout à l'heure, j'ai tout déréglé. J'ai conduit et c'était la fin. J'avais une mini-carte tout à l'heure. Je sais plus.
Coming up today on The Upload, we're talking about Sky Larson, the enigmatic founder of Broker Tech. Everyone knows her name, but no one knows too much about her. And we only really see her these days as a hologram. She was pretty young when she launched Broker Tech, the company that is best known for introducing Bagley to the world. Nowadays, it's hard to remember a world before Bagley.
And I think that what Sky Larson's done with Bagley is absolutely incredible. Bagley is the most advanced, significant AI of our time, and it's really blown all the other AIs that were created out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine the optic without it. But what do you know about Sky Larson herself?
Not a lot, other than that she's actually pretty incredible. I've followed her work for a long time, and she's always been a pretty private person. I know that she supposedly grew up in the countryside, but there isn't actually that much more we know about her other than this tech that she's put out into the world.
I've always found it a bit creepy that she's so obsessed with this idea of transhumanism.
Why wouldn't you be? When you've got a mind as amazing as Sky's, why wouldn't you want to take what you've got and actually augment it by working with technology, by improving your physical self, changing your body and the world around you, implementing more technology to extend your life and really sort of extend human capabilities?
You sound pretty much in love with Sky Larson, I have to say.
I can't comment on that, but I am a big fan of her work. She's been one of these people that has transformed the world around us, and just watching how her mind works from afar is pretty incredible, because some of what the technology she's introduced has changed how we all live our lives, and Bagley has been this really incredible assistance to humanity as a whole. Did I ever tell you that I actually interviewed Sky Larson once?
Really? I thought she never spoke to the media or anything.
So this was a long time ago, back in the day when she was a little bit more accessible, and she was one of these people that just had an amazing presence. You were inspired by her very being, and she was just incredibly talented and knowledgeable, and one of possibly the best living people that I've ever met.
I'm not sure you're being too objective there. I mean, I imagine she's not very likable as a person.
She obviously despises humanity in some way. I think she believes that becoming data is preferable to being human. She's one of these people who's extremely methodical in everything that she does, and she does everything to perfection and really tries to change the world around her and make it a better place for us to live in.
If you say so.
Franchement, pour moi, c'est le genre de truc que j'aime bien voir. Des choses qui t'expliquent un petit peu le monde autour. C'est vrai que c'est un peu long, par contre. Et ça fait beaucoup de trucs à écouter, lire, tout ça. Tiens, il y en a encore un coup.
This is London Calling. You're here with me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. In today's world, we've all had to get used to our every move being tracked by the optic on our temples, by the cameras around us, and with every click we make online. Seems like everything we do feeds the big data beast. Why are data giants like Bloom so hungry to get hold of our private information and our metadata? What are they using it for? Will we ever have real private lives again? What is privacy in the digital world? And what happens when capitalism and surveillance become one? As you know, we keep all names confidential on Buccaneer. Speaking from a secure location, here's new technology strategist Charles, who worked all over the world trying to keep democracy strong in the face of the data assault.
If you have enough personal data on somebody, you're able to predict what it is that they're going to do. You can tell what they might be passionate about, but mostly you can tell what they fear. And if you can tell what someone fears, then you can manipulate them and you can move them in particular directions. Like, data is collected on citizens in every possible way. Data is collected through surveillance cameras. Data is collected from television sets. Data is collected from voter records. It's collected from how much power do you use in your house and how much water do you use in your house. In pre-crisis Britain, we got really used to all of our services being free. Everything suddenly became free that was digital. But what people forgot is that if you're not paying for it, then you're the product being sold.
If technology brings out the worst in capitalism, capitalism brings out the worst in technology. Senior academic Alfie tells us how big business repurposes big data.
Historically, what's happened, of course, is that people have traded their privacy for their convenience. As smartphones and other kinds of technology came in and became mass-consumed, mass-used items and technological objects, gradually people were so attracted to the affordances of these technologies that privacy kind of retreated into the background and into a state we've got now where it's essentially gone. Having this access to this data makes huge tech companies like Bloom so much more powerful than they would be otherwise, and not just in the obvious ways. Of course, there's a lot of worry and fear over what they can do with the data, can track anyone, find anyone, see what every individual is doing at any point in time. But I think there's even deeper reasons why this data empowers these huge companies to control our society and make us do things. So lots of predictive technologies which are implemented by these tech giants. It's not only interested in knowing what we're going to do, but influencing the patterns of our movement. So technologies might suggest routes to use in the city, places to go, restaurants to go to, cafes to go to, music to listen to. And these suggestions are not just predicting what we might like to do, they're actually influencing the way citizens move, think, eat, meet, and use their city as a space. So London has become a place where a small group of surveillance capitalist companies like Bloom can control the movements of individuals and orchestrate the way they move around their city and the way they essentially live, the things they do, the things they enjoy and the life they lead. So we're really kind of outsourcing our decision making, I would say, to a huge corporate capitalist company, and there's something very, very scary about that indeed. All these technologies can be used to not only influence us to act as the perfect consumer, but also to prevent us from doing radical and revolutionary things. So technologies in foreign nations that have been used are things like heat map features which show where populations are gathering. In-game rewards can be offered to people to take different routes, things like that. Traffic data can be manipulated to prevent people gathering and protesting, as has happened in some of the authoritarian regimes across the world recently. So what we're looking at is not only a set of technologies which make people behave as ideal consumers, but ones which actually can be put to use to prevent radical and disruptive behavior in the city, which limits the power of any kind of revolutionary force.
So, if you thought you had a private life, get used to it. You don't. And we're not going to reclaim our lives without a fight. I'm Tash, and you've been listening to Buccaneer, keeping the resistance informed. Keep listening, keep fighting, and remember, nobody owns you but you.
Oh, t'écoutes ce qu'ils te disent et tu te rends compte que finalement, on n'est pas si loin que ça d'exactement ça en fait. Ça peut tellement être transposé à notre époque actuelle. C'est dingue. Putain, il y en a encore plein. Ça fait le deuxième moment que j'ai vu encore. Mais je trouve ça tellement intéressant. C'est pas très intéressant à faire dans le jeu. Mais ça apporte tellement à l'ambiance du jeu.
Listening to Buccaneer, your pirate podcast source for what they don't want you to know. I'm Tash, and this time we're giving a special shout out from us to the boys and girls at the Signal and Intelligence Response Service, better known as SIRS. Why not? They're going to be listening anyway. They're listening to everything. They probably know that you're listening to this show right now, but don't worry. We're not going to say anything bad about a massive, unaccountable spy organization that uses its powers to stifle dissent and shut down free speech. Instead, we're going to look at how SIRS became so powerful. And as usual, we'll keep everyone's names and locations secret, so SIRS doesn't come looking for them. Charles is an expert in the dark arts of surveillance who worked to set up democratic media in post-communist states. How did it go so wrong in Britain?
You know, we're looking at all the wrong things when we look at Britain's crisis. There's a lot of concentration on data and how that's been used and manipulated. And what we haven't looked at is the power structures and the profit that lies behind this. For example, if we examine what actually happened, you know, there's a company that's really very interested in selling passports and making it easy to provide visas for investment and so on. And historically, throughout the world, they've been working with this big data manipulation company in order to overthrow governments. And then suddenly all the chickens came home to roost. Nobody could find any receipts for what was paid for. Nobody could figure out how things were done, but everybody had a feeling that something really stunk and they couldn't figure it out. And yet it was standing there in their face the whole time. There's a couple of different ways that we got where it is that we are. I mean, one, you have a lot of smaller organizations, smaller power groups, companies as well, who are bending things just a little. Oh, we'll compromise a little bit, we'll bend the rules a little bit, and try to achieve what it is that we hope to achieve that's good for us. And if you add all of that up, what you end up with is a big wall moving in a big way from a lot of little buttons being pushed. But also there's this other thing that's going on here is the gathering of data and the analysis of data has authoritarianism contained within its DNA. It is by its nature a tool for authoritarianism, and it has been used in that way.
How does big data look into our lives? James covered it for the pre-crisis press.
We're starting to see the merger of private data and that with data held by the state into what are called social credit systems. This is where every aspect of your behaviour is monitored and totted up by a central system to sort of score you as a person, a bit like a credit card, but predicated on all of your behaviour rather than just the money you're spending. And this can have profound impact. We're starting to see systems emerge which will punish you and stop you from doing things in society based on your behaviours. And this can be as trivial as if you jaywalk, if you cross the road in the wrong place, you might lose points. If you do some community activities or help your neighbours, you might earn points. And then this can be used to sort of evaluate you as a person. And this could mean, for example, the travel privileges, being able to travel first class or being denied from travelling first class to not being allowed to travel at all. These systems are very real and very possible because of all of the data that is now held on us.
Ian was a veteran political writer and podcaster back in the days of pre-crisis Britain.
Is the world we're living in now fascist? Well, this is what fascism is. It is the complete and total control of the individual. The desire to basically say to the individual, nothing in your life matters. On an individual basis, you are now part of the whole, part of the nation, and the only meaning that you will find in your life is to become part of the nation. What is a nation? The nation doesn't mean anything, right? The nation is basically just encapsulated by the leader that takes over, that claims that he, you know, has this sort of access to the soul of the country, to the soul of the people. He never does, it's just a myth, but that's what they go for. And on that basis, they take the right to control every aspect of your life, from who you talk to where you eat, to where you go to hang out with your friends. And what we're seeing now is a contemporary iteration of this process where you get corporations and the state operating in tandem, basically molded into one another. But that isn't that rare. I mean, you saw exactly the same thing in Nazi Germany. You look at the concentration camps that operated in Nazi Germany, there were private companies in those camps making use of that slave labor. Fascism often works with corporations, and it's doing the same now. That's the way in which they track what you do. That's the way in which they track who you talk to. They operate as each other's proxies.
So if your ears are burning and you think someone might be watching you, you're probably right. They're watching all of us. I'm Tash, and you've been listening to Buccaneer. Keep listening, keep sharing the show, and keep it encrypted. They're watching us, but we're watching them too.
Je trouve ça tellement intéressant à écouter parce que c'est tellement actuel aussi, et je trouve que c'est bien, c'est vraiment bien foutu. T'as vraiment l'impression d'écouter un vrai truc en fait. Félicitations aux gens qui enregistrent. Je trouve qu'ils ont les bonnes enfin quand t'écoutes la radio ou un truc comme ça, t'as vraiment l'impression que c'est les mêmes intonations. Tu sens que parfois il s'arrête un petit peu. Enfin, je trouve ça bien foutu. Ça, tu sens que c'est pas seulement quelqu'un qui récite un texte qu'on lui a donné, quoi. Tu sens que c'est quand même joué un minimum.
Hello and welcome to today's episode of The Upload. We're talking about the optic and how it's changed our lives. Now, as you remember, Bloom announced a new version of the optic at the recent Tone conference, but we haven't heard too much about that since due to the dramatic events there. Let's cast our minds back and consider the technology. I mean, the optic changed everything. It lets you see things in AR. You no longer need a smartphone. You just have the small implant that sends signals to your optic nerve and lets you see your emails, take calls, and browse the internet directly as if the screen was in front of your eyes. Instead of having to carry around a phone, you've just got the small handheld unit. So much lighter and so much more convenient. It's great.
Vicky, you sound like you absolutely love the optic. Do you actually think that it's made our lives any better?
I mean, sure, it's definitely made things a lot easier. It's so simple to call someone now. All you have to do is choose who you want to chat to, and they're there, ready to talk. And browsing the web is so much easier. I remember when you used to have to sit down at a computer with an actual keyboard and mouse and type everything out. And my favourite feature is public transport. With the optic, you can just walk straight onto the tube. It even acts as a passport. No longer do I have to dig around and try and find my old paper passport just to travel somewhere.
On peut pas voyager.
Also, I thought that Optic's marketing strategy, making it free for people, was a stroke of genius.
Genius. Bloom was really calculated when it was doing that. It was pushing this draconian device on us at all. Sure, everybody flocked to it. There was free Wi-Fi and phone plans. That definitely helped, but it wasn't a case of this is a product that you need in your life.
Why do you hate it so much?
It's just the worst because you had to give up your privacy expectations and accept surveillance. It was almost like the government and Bloom didn't even need to make the optic mandatory. Making it mandatory was only to get the last holdouts across the line. If free data didn't convince you, fines and arrests from the state for not having the optic would pretty much be enough.
I mean, what do you mean by privacy problems? No one really talks about that anymore.
They don't talk about it because we don't have any choice when it comes to the optic. Yes, it's convenient and mandatory, but everybody's forgotten what it really means. Here, you've got a whole company owning basically all the data about your life. Bloom can see everything that you can see. Nothing is private anymore. There are so many times when I don't want anyone to have a clue about where I am, who I'm chatting with, what I'm doing. It's not even dodgy stuff, but I just don't want anybody to blackmail me with this in the future by hacking it. And because of Bloom's contracts with the government, it isn't just Bloom that can see everything I do, it's the government. The UK as a state has become a complete surveillance paradise.
I think you're painting a bit of a bleak picture. It's not all that bad.
No, you're completely wrong on this. I don't want everybody tracking me wherever I'm going around London.
Well, in that case, you might be interested in some rumours I heard. Did you hear that some Dedsec hackers have found a way to bypass the optic's connection with Bloom?
Are they actually making it better or usable or actually friendly for anybody?
Well, word on the street is that they've been able to create an encrypted signal, which means that your world might have a chance of becoming a bit more private again, so you could go back and enjoy all the great things about Optic without that fear of surveillance.
With the Optic, privacy's dead.
Non, je trouve ça tellement intéressant. Je pense que je peux pas aller là tant que j'ai pas fait l'autre truc. Mais bravo, hein, les gestes obscènes, tout ça. Bon, on va pas commencer. Où va? Ah, j'étais pas bien placé peut-être, je ne sais pas, il faut les faire 3 fois.
No Dedsec registration detected. Identify yourself or I'll seal the exits, hack your optic, and read you every drunken email you ever wrote until you starve.
Whoa, whoa, it's all right. I'm supposed to be here. Authorization code Sabine sent me?
Sabine's alive? Well, that's one piece of good news. I'm Bagley, Dedsec's definitely not stolen, highly advanced AI assistant, and it seems I've been out of commission for a few months. Anyway, why don't you go connect me to the Dedsec network so I can become more powerful than you could possibly imagine? I mean, catch up on what I missed. That's it. I'm reconnected to the network, downloading our database, news archives, and oh no. Terrorist group Dedsec responsible for deadly bombings in London. Dalton Wolf dead? I leave you people alone for a second and you immediately cock it all up.
Sounds like a proper conspiracy, Bagley. Who was really behind the bombings then?
There's a gap in my memory after Dalton, well, let's be honest, after I disarmed the bomb at Parliament. I'm missing information about what happened after I was taken offline. But from what I can infer, an unknown hacker group identified only as Zero Day was involved. I believe this Zero Day staged the attacks and framed Dedsec for their dirty work. Come to my terminal. Sabine is requesting a video call.
On va parler à Sabine.
Patching in Sabine Brandt now. I suggest you listen very closely to anything she has to say.
There you are. I'm glad you made it. Bagley. God, it's good to hear your demented little voice. Is your memory intact?
Not even slightly. The last record I have is of our HQ being raided. My only lead is a group known as Zero Day. Ring any bells?
No. But the HQ was attacked by some men in black, the same that were at Parliament. Maybe working together. We didn't stand a chance. They just gunned everyone down.
Fuck, that's mental. You were lucky to get out alive.
I managed to escape through the sewers to Camden. A contact smuggled me out of the city and I've been hiding out in the north since.
Prudent. Your profile is red flagged as a high priority target in the city's surveillance system. Even a partial recognition here would have you hunted down and shot on sight.
Yeah. About that. I'm guessing that if I join up, that kind of attention extends to me, right? Christ, Sabine, it's fucking risky.
Listen, if anyone knows anything about risks, it's me. I lost everything and everyone. But it comes down to this. London is in a death spiral. And if Dedsec can't pull it out, trust me, no one can. The city needs a resistance. And it starts with you. What do you say?
I say I'm here. So what the hell? Let's get to it.
Excellent. New user registered. Welcome to Dedsec. Now, it would be irresponsible of us to release you naked and mewling into the wild. You'll find equipment around the safe house that are essential items in your Dedsec kit.
Ok. Maintenant que j'ai mis le courant, j'ai envie de voir si je peux aller là-bas. Ah bien sûr, maintenant je peux pas. Oh, on dirait un ring. Bon. J'ai pas le choix, a priori. Amélioration technologie, point tech. Vous pouvez trouver des points tech à Londres utilisés pour acheter des améliorations technologiques. Gadgets et armes. Vous pouvez acheter des technologies dans le menu tech pour obtenir et améliorer des gadgets, des armes et des piratages. Équiper une technologie. Pour changer l'arme ou le gadget d'un agent, utilisez la fonction modifier dans le menu équipe. Les technologies donc, que vous avez achetées sont disponibles pour tous les agents. Appuyez sur la main pour ouvrir le menu tech et dépenser des points tech pour obtenir des améliorations Dedsec. Camouflage. Qui rend visible et permet de sortir du champ de vision des ennemis. Le camouflage dure plus longtemps en restant immobile ou en marchant lentement. Éliminer encore plus éloigné. Augmente la capacité du chargeur à 15. Ajoute un silencieux pour les attaques secrètes. Piratage du drone chasseur. Équipe. C'est la forme de hacker sur Dark Web. Ok, donc... On va prendre ça. Appuyez sur un pour ouvrir le menu équipe et modifier l'armement des agents. Ah, ce qui est bien, c'est que... Je sais plus si j'en ai parlé tout à l'heure. C'est que dans ce jeu, on peut choisir d'avoir des... des armes paralysantes ou pas. Ou des armes létales en fait.
We have a sophisticated system for hiding your identity from facial recognition tech. It's called a mask. And while we're here, perhaps we can talk about updating your wardrobe. I mean, look at you. Come on.
Chaussures, éléments de garde-robe. C'est quoi ça? J'aime bien cette veste. Mais ça coûte cher. Bon, un peu moins les pantalons quand même. Je sais pas s'il y a plus de choix. C'est super discret n'empêche. Si tu prends un masque où il y a marqué Dedsec. Ça c'est mon... Ça va être mon bonus de précoce. What? C'est moi, il a pas de pantalon. Comment je me suis débrouillé pour lui avoir enlevé son pantalon? Ah ouais, genre il peut rien avoir en fait. Genre il peut partir, il peut sortir comme ça. Genre. Ok. Ça... ça lui sert à quoi? Genre tu peux jouer comme ça. Ok. Juste le masque. Bref, je sais plus ce qu'il a fait. Non, j'aime bien sa veste. On va peut-être lui mettre on va quand même lui mettre un... On va peut-être l'habiller quand même. Histoire de... Mais j'avais pas fait gaffe tout à l'heure qu'on pouvait lui enlever carrément. Y'a quoi dans le magasin? J'aime bien, les trucs que j'aime bien, c'est les trucs qui coûtent les plus cher en fait. Mais j'ai pas vraiment beaucoup de monnaie pour acheter des trucs pour l'instant. C'est bien, ça nous rapproche un peu des Sims. Non, pour
You've
l'instant.
got all these fancy new toys, but it's also important to know the basics. You need to learn how to throw a punch and how to take one. Albion will escalate if you come at them with a gun and shoot you down. We want to avoid collateral damage. In Dedsec, we try to use guns only as a last resort.
Have you already met Connie Robinson? She owns the pub and is an old Dedsec contact, not to mention a champion amateur boxer. Go to the practice ring and she'll show you how to stop flinching when someone cocks a punch at you.
Wow. Ouais, c'est demain. C'est quoi que j'ai récupéré? Ah, le disque dur, ça permet juste d'ouvrir ça? Ah. Ça, c'est mon Season Pass, que j'ai avec mon jeu, du coup. Ce qui est con, c'est que dans le Season Pass, j'ai un jeu que j'ai déjà, en fait. C'est dommage que... Putain, ils ont déjà plein de trucs. Hein. Chevalier du Darknet. Ils sont sérieux avec leur tenue. Bon, très franchement... je l'achèterai pas, mais... Il n'y en a pas un cadeau? Genre, ils m'en donnent pas? Ce qui est bien, dans un sens, ce qui est bien, c'est que tu peux acheter des trucs, mais rien n'est payant en fait. Je sais pas si ceux-là ils sont pas. Et ceux-là, je crois qu'ils viennent avec l'édition Ultimate. Bref, j'étais où? Je voulais regarder. Alors la boutique, c'est ça. L'équipe. D'où tu sors? Lance paintball, matraque cloutée, drone caméra. Appelle un drone. D'où tu sors? Ah, je crois que j'ai utilisé un code tout à l'heure qu'on m'a donné sur internet. DJ Galactique. J'essaie de virer le point parce que ça va me saouler, c'est pour ça que je regarde tout. Okay. Radio Dedsec, peinture de véhicule. Je me demande s'il y a d'autres trucs qui ont été débloqués avec le... Ah, j'ai gagné de l'argent, dis donc. Genre, on peut aller dans une boutique où il y a des vêtements classe. C'est quoi ça? Cabine photo. Ok. Ok. J'aimerais partir, merci. Je teste un peu tout. Oui, c'est demain soir, je crois qu'il y a la... Après, ils ont annoncé d'autres trucs là ce soir, j'ai vu. Sur les slides et tout ça.
I'll be right down. Could use the warm-up.
T'en penses quoi toi du pack? Je sais plus si on en avait parlé.
start with some basic strikes. Hit me. Don't be shy. Couldn't have done that better myself. Yes, nice one.
J'ai vu un truc bizarre sur la photo qu'ils ont mis, ça m'intrigue.
You want to get in under my block. Find the weak point. Nice one. Yes, nice one.
Non, mais je sais pas. Le truc qui m'inspire le plus, c'est l'histoire des... Mais... À chaque fois que je veux boire, il me faut faire quelque chose. De toute façon, on sait très bien que je vais oublier. Ouais, non, mais je suis d'accord avec toi. Et c'est pour ça que je trouve le plus intéressant que je trouve dans l'histoire, c'est les styles de vie. Mais est-ce que les styles de vie vont être ajoutés dans le jeu de base?
Right, gear in order? Know enough not to punch yourself in the face or get shot for pulling out a gun too early? Brilliant. I'm working out how we find Zero Day and ruin their day, but I need someone with actual legs to do the legwork. Hope you're ready.
We have some damage control to do if we want to change the perception that we're a bunch of violent thugs. I'll let you be the judge of how best to handle yourself, but remember, you represent Dedsec now.
Non, ils ont rajouté un truc style de vie et style de vie et sentiment.
Ruff, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I feel like some noob, like what I do don't mean shit.
I hear you. But this is real, mate. No doubts about that.
Ah, fuck. If I'm gonna be hench, I better act hench.
J'ai pas compris. C'était quoi en fait Bye. Ouais, mais du coup, c'est plus... Je pense que les sentiments, c'est plus par rapport à quelqu'un que... Par rapport à quelque chose, c'est pareil, quelqu'un, quelque chose. Je sais pas, ça peut être intéressant si c'est bien fait. Si c'est bien fait. Après, c'est le genre de choses qui avant, avec les anciennes versions, ça venait avec le... Avec le jeu, quoi.
Make no mistake, London is under occupation. Armed mercenaries patrol our streets, allegedly to keep people safe, but really they're keeping the people scared.
You mean Albion? Yeah, they definitely got that fascist thing going for them. Convince the people they're some kind of saviors, right?
So, we have to ignite the will to resist in the people of London by showing them that Albion aren't the solution. They're the problem.
For that, we'll need information. I'm pushing 2 sets of coordinates to your optic.
Cheers, Bagley. I've identified 2 opportunities. One, we're going to disrupt some Albion propaganda. Remind the people it's not Albion's way or the highway. 2, We need intel about Albion operations if we want to throw a spanner in their plans. You game?
No, stop!
Sabine, we're gonna wake up this city.
Brilliant. Let's get the people of London on board.
No! Ouais, mais bon. Je sais pas ce qu'il faut que je fasse. Faut que je lui parle. Attends! Est-ce qu'il a l'air intéressant comme...
You look like someone who's had just about enough of this bollocks. Am I right?
Are you with Dedsec? If you are, I could use your help.
I mean, can't guarantee anything, but we'll try. What's up?
Well, a good mate of mine has this disease that I can't even pronounce. And with the state of the NHS,
Ça
he hasn't
s'appelle
been
le
able to
Covid.
get treatment. His only option was to go to a doctor who's, how shall I say, less than credible. Possible connections to Clan Kelly, you know. And I paid for treatment.
Go on.
The drugs worked. They worked too well. As soon as my mate got hooked, the Kellys jacked up the prices. What can we even do?
This doc's an absolute dickhead. Don't sweat it. We'll get your mate the drugs they need.
Ok.
Well, this quote-unquote doctor is a real winner. He was struck off the medical register for gross malpractice last year, and now he's a freelance mob surgeon. Nice work if you can get it.
All right. I think now's your cue to track him down, Bags.
I am quite literally always tracking everyone down. Pushing you his coordinates now.
Attendez, je vais faire un test. J'aime bien tester plein de choses. Tuto fléchette. L'objectif est d'atteindre un score de 0. Chaque joueur commence avec un score de 301. Le lancer victorieux doit permettre d'atteindre exactement 0. Il doit également toucher une case double ou le centre de la cible. La fléchette atteint la cible dans le cercle de visée. Le fait de jouer étant ivre influe sur votre précision, mais vous gagnerez davantage de taux. Vous obtenez un bust lorsque vos scores est 1 ou inférieur à 0. Dans le cas d'un bust, les lancers restants sont perdus et le score de la manche est réinitialisé. Il n'y a pas honte à jouer aux fléchettes en solo, enfin presque, mais c'est un bon entraînement. On a joué dans Final Fantasy VII.
Interested in playing? Sure, why not?
Comment je lance? Viser. Ça c'est plus dur que dans Final Fantasy VII quand même. Non mais sérieux? Ah. Je sais pas si je vais gagner ou pas. Le dernier titre doit être un double. Il va me rattraper. What? Non. Il est meilleur que moi, je crois.
God damn it!
Putain.
Damn it! Bastard! Oh, fuck!
Il faut que je fasse 33. Quoi? Non! 18 et 18, ça fait 36.
Bastard! Oh, fuck!
Je peux pas, ça peut pas se passer comme ça. Je peux plus. Ah merde, il est parti. Bon bah, tant pis hein. Mais il est parti. C'est pas évident n'empêche, hein, la façon... Je comprends pas. Ils veulent que je lance où? Ah! Bon, c'est mieux que rien. Hein.
Victory!
Ouais, mais...
That's right! Bow before me!
Je suis tout seul. J'ai gagné un 13 lancé. Pourquoi? Alors, faut que je m'habitue à pas appuyer sur ce bouton. Pourquoi? Donc, télécharger l'info sur la cargaison de médicaments. C'est où? Elle est où ma voiture? J'ai plus de voiture? Je vois la carte en fait. Ah merde. Ah ouais, c'est loin quand même. Il y a moyen d'avoir une voiture. Non parce que bon à pied. C'est quoi ça? Ligue de combat à main nue. What?
Building a resistance group requires operatives with specialized skills. Technical abilities, firearms handling, and physical training are all valuable. Bare-knuckle boxing rings are a good place to find people who are good at throwing punches, or taking them. By defeating each opponent in an arena, you'll have an opportunity to face its best fighter. Prove your physical superiority and they may consider joining Dedsec. I'm guessing that's some sort of primate society thing.
Oui mais non, pour l'instant. Tutoriel de jonglage. Oh, on dirait le médecin que je vais recruter. Appuie sur les touches au bon moment pour toucher le ballon. Chaque coup dans la section colorée de la roue compte comme un coup parfait. Multiplie vos points par coup suivant. Entraînez des coups parfaits pour faire des tricks. Si vous ratez, le multiplicateur de sort est initialisé. Terminez des objectifs d'entraînement de plus en plus corsés pour gagner des récompenses. Ok.
Alright, let's just say this is physical coordination training. I'll keep track of your score.
Marquez 60 points. Commencer. Merde. Ok.
Shit.
Ok, ok. Ah, c'est pas évident.
Ah.
Ceci dit, il n'y a que 2 boutons pour l'instant.
Yes, yes, yes. God, I'm good.
Ah.
Yes, always on point.
Putain, c'est... What? C'était pas de la bonne touche?
Oh, piss off.
Ah putain, maintenant il y a plein de touches?
Oh, fuck yeah. Child's play, innit?
Non. Non, il y a trop de touches.
Ooh, I'm the fucking master.
Il y a trop de touches. What? Non, 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 ça... Dites-moi pas que pour un trophée... Ah putain.
Shit.
Ils sont au courant que je sais pas me coordonner.
Oh, piss off.
Moi ou lui? Il y a trop de touches, ça va pas du tout. Mais non. Attendez, faut que je me recule. J'ai l'impression de jouer à Final Fantasy X. Merde, c'était pas la bonne touche.
Oh, piss off.
Mais non, je regarde les pieds et je regarde pas la tête. Ah, j'étais à 29. Non, c'était L2.
Piss off. Ah.
Putain, ça devient moins évident. C'était bien quand c'était juste R2, L2. Non, pourquoi j'appuie sur la croix? On va y arriver. Au moins celui-là. Non, j'étais à 61. Putain de bordel. Ceci dit, ça s'améliore.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yes.
Child's play, innit?
Non.
Oh, beat that.
Putain, j'aurais pu faire un truc. Non, putain, non, pas R1. Non. Attendez, je m'étais habitué à L1, à R2, L2, la croix. J'étais à...
Oh, piss off.
Tu vois, c'est totalement un jeu pour moi en fait. Je suis censé faire un truc. Depuis tout à l'heure, je suis en train de faire autre chose.
Yes, yes, yes. God,
Non.
I'm good. Top of the fucking
Non,
pile.
non, non. Pas L1, R1. Ah, si, bon, ça va.
Yes, yes, yes. God, I'm good. Not bad at all.
Eh, je vais gagner des chaussures. Oh non, pas les 3.
Shit.
On peut le faire. Si je me trompe pas de bouton.
Oh, piss off.
J'ai du mal à...
Shit. Ah.
Ah, c'était pas le bon
piss
côté.
off.
J'ai rêvé.
Shit.
Il y a trop de boutons pour ma tête. Je mets trop de temps à réfléchir à quel bouton faut que j'appuie. Parce que j'ai peur de me tromper. Et voilà. En fait, j'ai peur de me tromper parce que j'ai l'impression que je vais appuyer sur le mauvais bouton. Voilà. Ah, c'est la croix qui me perturbe en fait. Ah, mais c'est... Ah.
Oh, piss off. Shit.
On peut le faire. Non, j'étais 53. J'arrive à aller à la moitié. Hein. Non. J'ai hésité, j'ai appuyé sur le mauvais bouton.
Oh, piss off. Shit.
Non, 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 pourquoi? C'est dingue, quand on a fait L1, R1, L2, R2, ça allait, mais dès que tu mets la croix, ça me perturbe. Il y a trop de trucs à garder à l'écran en fait. Putain, mais L c'est là, R c'est là. Non, non, ça m'a perturbé. Il a fait un truc, ça m'a perturbé, je m'attendais pas à une suite. Non, j'ai hésité. J'ai hésité, j'ai appuyé sur le mauvais bouton. Là, j'ai pas hésité, j'ai juste appuyé sur le mauvais bouton. On va y arriver.
Oh, fuck yeah. Child's play, innit?
Bon, j'ai fait les 100. C'est quoi après? Jouer 20 secondes. What? On peut essayer. Juste jouer 20 secondes. Voir à peu près combien de temps je tiens. Merde. Je tiens même pas une seconde, c'est pour dire. Merde. Je me demande s'il y a un trophée sur ça après. Ça m'arrangerait pas s'il y avait un trophée sur ça. Ça voudrait dire qu'il faudrait passer du temps. Je tiens 5 secondes. 20 secondes, autant dire que... Putain, et genre, l'objectif 20, ça va être quoi 20 sur 20, ça va être quoi, genre, par exemple? Vu que je tiens même pas 5 secondes... Attends, j'ai pas fait mieux que 5 secondes. À la base, on cherchait une voiture quand même. 10 secondes, 10 secondes.
Oh, piss off.
Non, mais je vais voir les 20 secondes au moins.
Oh, piss off.
Après, j'imagine que c'est... Il faut juste que je m'entraîne en fait. Il faut juste que j'entraîne mon cerveau à appuyer sur les bonnes touches. Et je fais mieux que tout à l'heure. Tout à l'heure, je faisais 5 secondes, maintenant j'arrive à peu près de 7 secondes.
Yes, yes, yes. God, I'm good.
Oh! Wouhou! Je suis prêt pour la Coupe du Monde.
I'm the fucking master.
Marqué 150 points. Je suis prêt pour la Coupe du Monde. Moi, ça me va. Moi, je dis... On a eu un trophée, on peut s'arrêter là pour l'instant. Après, je sais pas, tu vois, parce que là, c'est marqué 150 points. Je sais pas ce que ça va être les autres objectifs, en fait. Mais bon, on reviendra plus tard, hein. À la base, on voulait une voiture. Est-ce qu'il faut que je prenne n'importe quelle voiture? Je sais même pas où je vais en fait. Il y a des documents là. C'est quoi ça hein? Il y a trop d'écrans. Il y a trop d'icônes sur le terrain. On va faire ce qu'on est censé faire, hein. Merde. Tu veux pas aller un peu plus vite?
Cream and spice and all things nice. That's what little treats are made of.
Genre.
Sanjoli's Kitchen, voted best tikka masala in London.
J'aime bien, t'as les petites pubs et tout. À votre avis, il vaut mieux que j'aille... Est-ce que je peux tourner? Et ça va, hein, je conduis pas trop mal. Hein. Merde. Je suis en sens inverse, hein, c'est ça. Hein. Ça va? Ah non, ça va. C'est double sens, ça va. J'ai eu peur. Ah, non. Oups. J'ai vu un document. What? L'immeuble est à de la brèche, j'ai dû partir. Beaucoup plus petit que les multiplex modernes. Pas étonnant qu'il est fermé dans les années 90. Il y a de l'amiante, c'est sûr. Trace manifeste du passé de cinéma érotique du lieu. Même pas besoin de lumière. Bâtiment classé, des tonnes de paperasse. Monsieur Greyman, n'achetez pas, ne vous fiez pas à l'annonce. Ce cinéma est un gouffre financier. C'est quoi tout ça? Sérieux? On les sort d'où tout ça? J'ai renversé quelqu'un? C'est quoi cette... Fausse carte de visite de Dedsec. Ce type d'objet est assez exceptionnel parmi les organisations de résistance clandestine. Oh. Mais je l'ai vraiment renversé. Elle est hospitalisée. Il est pas vraiment hospitalisé en fait. C'est pas moi. C'est pas moi. Eh, j'étais bien garé, n'empêche. Hein. En fait, le problème, c'est que j'ai oublié de freiner. J'ai oublié de freiner pour m'arrêter. Mais je pensais pas que ça pouvait arriver comme ça. Oh mince, j'étais dans le sens inverse. J'ai fait la même chose, j'ai pas freiné. Là, c'est pas moi. Là, c'est pas moi, il est mort tout seul. Il y a un document quelque part. Tu peux te relever? C'est bien qu'il y a certaines choses qu'ils n'ont pas changé. Ça, c'était déjà dans le précédent. Ah. Merde. Ah non, ça va, il est pas mort. Il est juste... Il a juste été renversé. Magalia Théâtre. De Ashtorn à R. Antar. Félicitations. Madame Antar, bravo pour le succès de votre spectacle. Tout le monde dit que votre performance est exceptionnelle. Quelle joie d'avoir pu vous aider à notre façon. Malheureusement, j'ai une mauvaise nouvelle. En effet, le ministère a ordonné votre déportation. Heureusement pour vous, le clan Killy a des contacts chez Albion et a fait en sorte qu'on vous oublie pour l'instant. Parce que pour que la situation perdure, nous allons devoir accélérer la procédure. Bien sûr, nous serons ravis de faciliter votre toute transaction. 6 juin, l'ordre officiel de déportation est conservé. Cordialement, Thorn, ministère. La sécurité d'Albion a pour ordre d'arrêter Rachida Antar et de l'amener au centre d'accueil européen, depuis lequel il sera déporté immédiatement vers le pays dont elle est citoyenne. Oups. Donc attendez. Excusez-moi. Merde. Je sais pas ce que j'ai fait. Est-ce que tu peux enlever ton... Je crois que j'ai renversé quelqu'un encore. Je sais plus comment j'ai fait. Tu peux enlever ton masque? Ok. Je crois qu'il y a quelqu'un en dessous. Non. Non mais comment je... Ah, ouais. Oups. Ah. C'est pas moi. Il est où ce document? Ah, il est juste là en fait. Docteur Ona, Antar, objet et papier. Madame Antar, ravi d'avoir fait votre connaissance. Veuillez trouver ci-joint vos nouveaux passeports, numéro de sécurité sociale, permis de conduire et autres documents. Ils sont tous chiffrés de façon biométrique avec les échantillons que vous nous avez fournis. Tous nos remerciements pour avoir fait affaire avec nous et pour votre paiement rapide. Cordialement, Thorn. Bon, comment je peux aller récupérer ça en fait? Elle s'est cassée l'autre? Ah, en fait.
I should look for others like this.
What? C'est quoi que je viens de récupérer? Loup de balle. C'est quoi l'autre truc? J'ai l'impression que j'ai des trucs qui apparaissent de temps en temps. Régulièrement. C'est pas moi. C'est ma voiture ça? Je crois que c'est... Ah non, moi je suis garé là-bas. Excusez-moi, j'essaie de passer, je sais pas ce qui se passe avec cette voiture là. Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Je suis plus très loin maintenant. Si je tourne là, peut-être. Et non, mais j'ai pas fait trop d'accidents, hein, mis à part quand j'avais oublié de m'arrêter. Il y a plus de flèches là, je sais plus si j'ai le droit de passer là ou pas. Pourquoi c'est... J'ai droit là?
While food contaminations happen from time to time, London has seen a sharp rise in E. coli.
The Clan Kelly doctor you're looking for is close by. Seems he's got a laptop with him too, presumably with a folder somewhere on it labelled Crimes.
J'ai renversé personne. C'est pas moi, c'est la voiture. Non, je peux pas monter là. Il n'y a pas eu trop d'accidents. En soi. Il a une arme, lui, non? Jamais. Trouver le terminal par feu. Ok, il est là-bas. C'était hospitalisé. Et j'ai tué personne, moi. Ah merde.
Oh my god! We got
Pour l'instant, on s'en sort pas trop mal, hein. Personne n'est mort. Il y a un type ici. Il y en a un là. Conseil de Camden, je viens de voir des flics chasser un drone avec un service 3 pièces. Ils demandent aux gens s'ils savent quelque chose. Ouh, alors t'as vu mon chef-d'œuvre? Tu piques les drones des flics? Ouais, j'en ai un autre là. Putain, t'es vraiment trop con. La prochaine fois, je te fais un cochon. Mais il faut un kit de soudure pour lui coller les oreilles? Ouais, entre autres. Putain, t'es grave. Il te plaît mon drone avec ses jolies couilles? Il est con, non? Merde. Ouais, les poils, c'est la petite touche sympa. What? Donc ça c'est fait. Merde. Quoi c'est quoi? C'est ma porte de sortie ça? Ah, générateur d'arachnobot, aussi. Ok.
There's the laptop. Laptop scraped. Get to safety while I analyze the data.
Oh! Ça vaut le coup?
is cheeky.
I found them off warehouse when experimental drugs are being stored. I'm sure Mary Kelly won't mind if you nick a few.
Attendez, je m'en vais. C'est quoi ça? Tutoriel. Les agents peuvent récupérer des colis de n'importe quelle boîte et les livrer dans la boîte de destination indiquée. Les 3 colis peuvent avoir jusqu'à 3 propriétés, chacun avec sa propre difficulté. Urgent, la livraison peut expirer, le colis sera détruit s'il subit. Le colis attirera l'attention d'Albion.
The demands of being a Dedsec operative are all consuming, so taking app gigs is a good way to make some extra quid that works around your new schedule. Lots of people will pay well to have their sensitive packages handled with care,
Ouais, on verra ça plus
and
tard.
some will even pay you for deliveries. Ha ha!
Je sais pas, faut que j'aille. Jusque là-bas. Attendez. Genre, je peux faire un... Ah, ok. Je me demandais si je pouvais m'afficher une route, parce que ça peut être peut-être un petit peu plus pratique. D'avoir du GPS. Je sais pas si c'était une bonne chose d'avoir volé un scooter, parce que je suis pas sûr que je sois moins dangereux avec un scooter. Ça va, c'est pas trop d'accidents. Je fais comme les vrais gens qui ont des scooters. Je roule n'importe comment. Ouais, j'ai vu, ouais. Si j'y vais en scooter, ils verront pas que c'est moi. Oups. Je suis peut-être moins dangereux en scooter finalement. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Mission non suivie, obtenue de nos opérations. Ok. On verra ça après. Yeah, on va dans la city. J'aime bien ce jeu en fait, enfin j'aime bien cette série. Parce qu'il y a tellement d'activités différentes à faire. Tu peux juste prendre ta voiture et te balader. Mais c'est vrai que le premier il est un peu plus sombre que le deuxième. Le deuxième c'est un peu plus dans ce style là, un peu décalé, tu vois. Le premier il était plus sérieux. Mais de toute façon dans celui-là il y a des personnes du premier et du deuxième qui sont dedans. Enfin avec le DLC tu les as, t'as les héros, enfin les héros des deux premiers. Je vois plein de trucs sur ma carte. Il y a des vêtements. Faudrait qu'on s'arrête là. Plus tard. Quand on aura volé un fourgon médical. Moi j'aime bien les habiller classe. Putain, il y a plein de trucs ici. T'as vu, j'ai pas oublié de freiner.
I'm detecting a vehicle nearby with at least 2 years worth of treatments inside. That's more than enough to wean our contact's friend off the treatment.
Acknowledged.
Je peux pirater la caméra? Non, je vais pas pouvoir monter. Je me suis dit peut-être que je vais pouvoir monter jusqu'au plafond, mais... Peut-être qu'il faut que j'utilise mon araignée. Parce que je sais pas comment je vais pouvoir rentrer là-dedans en fait. Parce que je doute que je puisse rentrer.
There's the vehicle with the drugs in it. Try not to destroy it. Pas de soucis. Bon. Repose-toi bien, puis à demain. Non, normalement je dois pouvoir prendre le camion. C'est quoi ça?
Il est là. De Santé London Gouv, t'es garante à Guy's Hospital. Mais ça a porté le sujet à l'attention de l'Assemblée de Londres. Après avoir mené l'enquête, nous avons établi que les scènes décrites faisaient partie du fonctionnement normal d'un hôpital et qu'il n'y avait pas lieu de s'inquiéter. Vous êtes en train de me dire que des malfrats qui traînent des patients hors du lit en pleine nuit, ça fait partie d'un fonctionnement normal. Les hurlements aussi. Je vous accorde qu'il est normal de trouver des gens en souffrance dans les hôpitaux, mais les enlèvements, les tortures et les disparitions n'y ont pas leur place. Je tiens qu'il se passe quelque chose de très suspect et que vous devez absolument ouvrir une enquête. Nous estimons avoir donné la réponse attendue à votre question. Merci de nous avoir écrit. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai l'impression qu'il y a censé y avoir un truc ici. En fait, il n'y a rien. Peut-être un des endroits par lesquels je peux passer. Bon, de toute façon, faut juste que je prenne le camion, quoi. Je sais pas ce que j'en fais après, mais...
Got a vehicle. Now what?
I found a safe
Okay.
location where a friend can pick it up. Sending you the coordinates now.
Oh, faut que je fasse très attention. Je mets les sirènes et tout. C'est pas la même musique que ma voiture de tout à l'heure.
$1.5 billion passengers a year.
Across 450 kilometers of network.
25,000
Putain, mais
cameras work
ils
with
sont lents.
3,500 new security barriers.
To protecting our 200 kilometers of tunnels.
J'ai un truc parce que...
More than just stats.
We're reliable.
We're dependable.
We're safe.
London Underground. Getting people where they need to go since 1863.
Attendez, j'ai pas fait ce que je pensais avoir fait? Si. Faudrait qu'on soit poursuivi. Si on était en pleine poursuite avec cette musique, ça serait intéressant. Alors c'est dommage, j'aurais bien voulu m'arrêter au magasin de vêtements. Je suis sûr que j'ai pas les moyens du tout. C'est lent. Désolé, je double. On est censé être à 20 km/h. Je sais pas combien de km/h je suis. Genre, il y a souvent des gens qui font ça à Londres. Ils traversent comme ça au milieu d'un pont. C'est moi, j'aimerais doubler. Tourner plutôt. Doubler, je l'ai fait. Maintenant, j'aimerais tourner. Ça va, je suis pas trop terrible en conduite. Hein. En même temps, c'est pas un jeu qui est fait. J'arrive. Je veux juste ça. Extrait du prêche du doyen Ménard, transcription par logiciel. J'ai vu de mes propres yeux. Le ciel était empli de corbeaux qui se rapaisaient de l'agneau, du paresseux et d'autres choses. Et le Seigneur m'a parlé. Vous êtes les agneaux et les paresseux. Vous êtes les singes et la chair putréfiée qui se nourrit de ces héros de la mort. Nous savons qui sont les corbeaux qui se sont emparés de notre ville. Devons-nous subir en silence le fléau d'Albion? Malheureusement, je l'ignore. Les seigneurs n'ont pas jugé bon de m'éclairer. Je vous demande simplement de prier pour être guidé. Je remonte dedans.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, time is ticking. It's time to give the electorate a good old kicking.
Singing in the Rain meets A Clockwork Orange in this savage analysis of the British political class.
This cabinet, built of English oak. Only upper-class voices were the ones that spoke.
Get a ticket, steal a ticket, break down the fire exit door, just get to see this show. Broken Dreams, the political musical of the decade. Book your seat at the Verity Theatre now.
Ah, que je descende dans le parking. C'est pas un peu suspect quand même, une ambulance? Ah.
It's done. We're stashing the truck with the treatments in a safe location. Our AI Bagley will send you the deets. Your friends will be good now.
I'm in your debt.
I know this could sound crazy and all, but I think you'd fit right in with Dedsec. Yeah?
All right, mate. I'm in.
Yeah. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé ici? C'est pas moi. Promis, c'est pas moi. Collecte de preuves. Raviver la flamme. Obtenir les données d'opération d'Albion. Raviver la phase... C'est quoi ça? Parasite de propagande. Point de tech. On a un jonglage, on a une parcelle Fox. On a la gare. Putain, on a un document là. Il y a un masque. Accès avec tenue pour ouvrier du bâtiment. Accès ouvrier du bâtiment. Ça, j'imagine que c'est notre petit coin à nous quand même. Là on a officier de police. Clan Kelly. Albion. Clan Kelly. Là on sait pas. Site de construction. Ou mission ravie à la flamme ou ligue de combat à main nue. Putain, c'est où ça? J'ai envie de tester. Employé d'Albion. Travail dans le district. Développeur de jeux à craquer. Conservateur, joue de l'harmonica. Architecte d'intérieur, véhicule sportif, achète parfois des vêtements. Mais arrête de te croupir! Ils sont loin, c'est non parce que je cours vers, mais ah oui quand même. Je pouvais toujours attendre. Oh. Planque. Ah c'est une planque. Ah oui quand même, ça c'est loin. C'est quoi la plus rapide? Éventuellement ça va être celle-là. Faut que je trouve une voiture. Carte de membre mis sur les vêtements se fait reconnaître en public. C'est pas très pratique ça. Accès au commissariat, accès avec tenue commissariat. Actrice se fait reconnaître en public. Copinage, libère rapide des coefficients. Oui, c'est l'officier de police de tout à l'heure. Non, il y a un document quelque part par là. Ah, il est peut-être en haut. Bah non, c'est ça. Mais il est encore en haut. Hein. Il est encore plus en haut. Ah, où il est. Zone interdite.
Albion have established an operational base in the Royal Court of Justice.
Albion own the bloody courts now. It's like picking up a go directly to jail card at this point.
Exactly. But it likely means there's information here about how Albion are targeting dissenters, the who and the why. We need that data if we're going to disrupt their operation.
Je suis sûr qu'il suffit de pirater quelqu'un. Je sais pas s'il faut monter quelque part ou... Je suis sûr que c'est ça. Non, enfin, je sais pas en fait. Bon, dans tous les cas, il me faut une voiture. On va prendre celle-là. Et du coup... On peut sortir par là? Oups! J'ai rien fait. C'est pas moi. Bon, ils sont quand même plutôt... Comment dire? C'est pas pardonnable. Pardonnable. C'est pas le mot que je cherche. Ils sont plutôt généreux. Genre ça se conduit bien quoi. Ça part pas vraiment, c'est pas super sensible. Mais franchement il est beau ce jeu. Et j'avoue que... Il me plaît bien pour l'instant. j'ai envie d'aller... Merde, faire les boutiques. Allez, je vais me garer. Très mal, mais je vais me garer. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? La recherche de quoi? Pourquoi je peux pas? Alors... Ouh. J'aime bien quand sur toutes les images ils ont juste le truc que tu veux lui faire essayer. Waouh, on peut le faire... Hey, franchement, il y a un niveau de détail... C'est quoi activation? Il y a un niveau de détail avec... Enfin, au niveau de jusqu'où on peut aller, qui est vachement plus grand que les précédents. Je pense pas qu'on pouvait aller jusque là. J'ai plein d'argent, je pourrais presque l'habiller classe. Je vais regarder les autres magasins. Bon, pourquoi il peut pas avoir des boucles d'oreilles, lui? C'est quoi que j'ai oublié? Ouais, il peut avoir une montre et tout. Ah oui, bon, ok, j'ai pas fait toutes les possibilités possibles. Ah, ok. Les Jacobus. Ok, donc ça c'est un... c'est sympa aussi ça. Oh, une petite... Ouais, moi c'est un peu plus cher. Une petite veste en cuir. Ah non, c'est sympa aussi celui-là. 12 500. Sinon il s'achète pas le t-shirt, il s'achète juste la veste en cuir. C'est marrant parce que des fois il te laisse acheter des trucs pour femmes. Mais c'est bien en fait qu'il te laisse t'habiller comme tu le souhaites. En soi. Moi je trouve ça bien. Si t'as envie de mettre des talons, ils s'en fichent. J'aimais bien les montres sur l'autre. Tu peux même pas s'acheter un chapeau ici. Ça coûte trop cher. Ok. Ici c'est un autre truc. Putain, ils ont... J'aime que même sur l'image promotionnelle. Ouais. Putain. Ça donne envie tout ça. Je pense qu'on peut passer plus de temps à personnaliser que dans les autres. Bon, par contre, il y a pas mal de jupes chez eux. Ou de kilts. Des sacs. Des chaussures. Des chapeaux. C'est bien qu'on puisse... Je pense qu'il y a plus de possibilités de personnalisation que les précédents. Celui-là, il a des boucles d'oreilles. Ok. Ça, c'est que des chaussures? Ouais, avec des magasins exclusivement de chaussures. J'aime pas trop ces chaussures là. En général, même là. Bon là, elles sont un peu bizarres, on dirait des gros bateaux. Des gros bateaux. Bon là, je pense que c'est exclusivement pour les femmes. Enfin, féminin, tu vois. Non, non, quoique. Franchement, même si le... Je sais pas si le mannequin, c'est un homme ou une femme. J'hésite. Bon là, c'est clairement une femme. Mais il y a des trucs, franchement... bon, c'est facilement unisexe, hein. N'importe qui peut le porter, peu importe. Le sexe auquel il s'identifie. Enfin le genre, le sexe, je sais pas quel est le terme exact. Il y a des documents à chaque fois, mais je sais pas où ils sont. Ça j'ai déjà fait. Bien sûr, je crois que j'avais pas vu où c'était. Celui-là c'est un peu plus fantaisiste, j'ai l'impression. Enfin ça avait l'air dans la vitrine, mais en vrai... Ils vendent pas de sacs eux par contre. Je crois que je les ai tous faits, hein. Non, non, il y en a que j'ai peut-être pas fait... Mercenaire. Ouais, ouais. Ok. Il y a des choses qui... Ça ressemble un peu à ce qu'ils portent. Je sais pas combien il y a de types de magasins. Je pense qu'il doit y avoir des magasins qui sont plus dans son style à lui. Je sais pas si on peut... Je voulais pas faire ça. Oh mon dieu. Je suis horrible. Ah, il était caché derrière. Message envoyé. Je ne suis même pas sûr que vous verrez ça, mais j'essaie de trouver un moyen de vous dire à quel point je suis désolé. Je n'attends pas d'absolution, je vais vous expliquer. L'opération n'avait qu'une seule cible, c'est seulement Marie Kelly qui devait mourir ce jour-là. Le virement anonyme de crypto sur votre compte, c'était moi. Je voulais vous aider à payer vos frais d'hospitalisation. Mais n'utilisez pas l'argent comme vous le voulez. Mais utilisez l'argent comme vous le voulez. Je suis heureux que vous ayez survécu, j'irai en enfer pour les autres innocents qui ont moins de chance. Regarde du coup dans mon équipe. Voir la bio. Âge 46 ans, profession immunologue, salaire 58 600. Il a une épouse, il a une collègue, fait de dons aux écoles locales, a lu l'article médical traitement des ongles incarnés, propose des check-up gratuits pour les personnes sans domicile, membre du parti conservateur, a assisté au meurtre de ses parents. Ok. Ok. Sympa. Du coup, elle est où ma voiture? Ah oui, je m'étais garé. Il y avait des fléchettes et de la bière là. J'ai vu qu'il y avait un trophée pour avoir joué aux fléchettes dans tous les bars. Enfin dans tous les lieux où il y avait des fléchettes. Bon, je pense qu'on franchement on pourrait essayer le trophée platine sur celui-ci. J'ai pas vu tous les trophées. Mais si c'est comme le 2. Bon le 2 il y avait des trucs. Me semble, il y avait un des trophées pour pouvoir l'avoir. J'ai dû prendre en photo quelqu'un qui vomissait à la sortie d'un bar. Je peux vous dire, c'est le dernier trophée que j'ai eu. Je peux vous dire que c'était pas évident. Tiens, on va aller sur le bus stop.
All right, you're here. Let's find the thing. Getting close.
Si tu pouvais arrêter avec tes armes, s'il te plaît. Comment on range? Il y a que des chaussures? C'est dommage. Oh, tes Converse. Oh, putain. Je pensais qu'il y aurait plus de trucs. Bonjour. Vous êtes qui?
Hey, you. You like bare knuckle?
Ah.
You think you're tough, don't you? You know why we fight here, in Slaughterhouse?
Why?
Because you're gonna be cut up like a piece of meat. You dare take on our champion, he will butcher you. I'm eager to watch.
Je sais pas si j'aurais dû faire ça. Comment on sauvegarde ce jeu? J'imagine que ça sauvegarde tout seul. Il y a 5 tournois à Londres, chacun avec son champion. Une fois le titre décroché, l'arène accueillera des tournois d'exhibition et de nouveaux combattants. A l'occasion de certains combats, les gros parieurs influents font une offre spécifique. Terminez l'offre des parieurs et remportez des récompenses bonus lorsque vous atteignez certains objectifs de pari. Une fois une arène terminée, vous pourrez choisir de nouvelles recrues dans la liste de combattants recrutables. Ok. On va tenter, hein. Puis on s'arrêtera là, je pense. On continuera le jeu. Le propre.
Place your bets, fight lovers. Here they come. Purveyors of violence and mayhem. They're poised, they're ready, they're wild and unsteady. Get on your feet and let them hear.
Say goodbye to you and see.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Solid striker, solid fighter. Oh my God! What absolutely disgusting! Oh, they're gonna feel that hit in the morning if they wake up.
Face victim, dump.
And they're down! Did you see all that on the live stream? Are you watching at home? Online? On the street? Are you here live to feel the heat, the sweat, the blood? Wherever you are, this is the most exciting thing you'll see all.
You meant to challenge me.
Just like a proper live highlight reel.
J'avoue que...
Unbelievable blow. Don't know how anyone would come back from that.
Merde.
This'll be a wild blow, oh my God. Now that's entertainment.
Je sais pas combien il y en a. Il y a combien de tours? J'ai pas fait gaffe à combien il y avait de matchs en fait. Ok, il y a 4 combats en fait. Il y avait personne du coup là. Enfin, il y avait pas de truc spécial à faire.
Fronting for his hooligan mates, he'll never let them down. Blow that chat up, folks. Our next match is going to be a wild one.
What are you waiting for? My ground's faster than you.
Let's go, G. What, you think you're hard enough? Man's gonna knock you straight.
Almost got their teeth right out. Oh,
Oh non! Je me souviens, il avait dit qu'il appelait ses potes.
Did you all see that monster hit on the stream? Fucking hell! Well, that's what happens when you're shit. You're getting murdered in there. Oh shit! Could that be the win right now? You think the harder? Straight.
Ha ha ha!
That wasn't your stream bugging out. Our reigning champ really was defeated. Meet the new me.
Sélection du combattant. Dégâts obtenus après une esquive. Neutralisation rapide, dégâts bonus après brise-garde. Déstabilisation des ennemis, rallye des ennemis combattants. Corps à corps, charge gadget. Très franchement, c'est lui qui est le mieux en fait. D'ailleurs, mais c'est ça, j'ai des points tech. J'étais là, mais piège à impulsion, piratage. Ça c'était bien. Piratage, attirer les ennemis vers un piratage explosif. Pirater. Piratage de drones. Les drones par alpha peuvent être désactivés et pirater. Électro-looping. Coup de poing électrostatique capable de mettre un adversaire KO en un seul coup. Non. J'aurais peut-être dû prendre ça. Sauf que j'aurai mes données aussi. Est-ce que ça, ouais. Ça, on l'a lu. Ça, non. Ça, non. Ça, non. Ça, non. Ça, non. Ça, non. Ah oui, on va.
Hello, Resistance fans. You're listening to the Bug Podcast, the objective voice of objection for this most objectionable world. I am Andy, not my real name, so good luck finding me, Monsieur Bloom. My real name is, in fact, Andrew, and I live in, note this down, a deluded pseudo-reality of my own making, which is, in fact, the most densely populated place on Earth these days. Overcrowded, some might say. Joining me, as always, my next-door neighbour in these Netherlands of nonsense. It's Alice.
Yes, indeed, it is Alice. Alice, who the bleep is Alice? I am not going to tell you that, but you can just sort of sense it from the timbre of my voice.
Let's spin the wheel and find out where we're getting today's news from. Here, it's coming from here. I must get a new wheel with at least one other place on it. And the headline today, Alice, our borders are safe. We can all sleep easy in our well-bordered beds. 4,000 illegals were deported last month. These illegal people breaking the law just by existing. And of course, illegality is contagious. It can osmose through your skin just by standing next to an illegal person. So we've got rid of 4,000 of them. My question for you, Alice, is why only 4,000? Is that really enough? I will not feel safe until at least another 75 million people have been deported from this country, and I'm here in Britain on my own.
As a bleeding heart lefty, Andy, I would normally be outraged about this, but really I think mass deportation is a very handy way to break up with a partner. I'm sorry, baby, I love you, but an anonymous source has reported you for snoring really loudly in a French way.
So everyone out, no exceptions, Alice, not even you. It's for the good of the country. Everyone out. Unless you can prove that your family are in the background on the Bayeux Tapestry cheering on King Harold at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. Get out. Actually, that's not British enough. Unless you can show, unarguably, that your direct bloodline is untainted by anything since before the Romans. Actually, scratch that. Unless your direct ancestor was personally responsible for building Stonehenge, get out of my country. I guess when you look at it, you know, the best ways to stop immigration, apart from, obviously, the end of the world, to make the place you want to stop people coming to as unpleasant as possible.
Well, we absolutely are doing that, Andy.
Well, you know, fair play to the government for helping us with that. Another option, extend the White Cliffs of Dover. They've been resting on their laurels for too long. Very inefficient, it turns out, as a means of stopping immigration. We need to extend them by about another 11,000 miles, the full wrap around Great Britain, and they could do with being about 1.5 kilometres higher as well, with a special greasy coating to stop people clambering over the top or however they get in. Here's a quick joke for you, Alice, about immigration. Did you hear the one about the woman who went into the immigration processing centre and was ever seen again?
No, Andy, I didn't hear that one.
Boom. Set up, punchline. Classic. For those of you unfamiliar with it, the Immigration Processing Centre is, of course, where so many of our guests to Britain go for a longer than desirable game of involuntary hide and seek. You are listening to The Bug. I will conclude by saying, out of all the things wrong with Britain today, I think immigration is right up there, Alice. When you think of all the health professionals we've stolen from overseas over the years here in Britain, it's quite possible that all these people are just coming here to try to get an appointment with their local doctor.
Yes, Andy, certainly as someone who came from the expanded arm of the empire when Britain was still reaching out rather than folding in on itself, most of us just come here to visit our stuff in the museums.
It's the British way.
Speaking of international movement, Britain has recalled all European ambassadors after a spy scandal. I think this is probably a good thing, because British foreign politicians are always putting their foot in their mouths. How much worse can they do if they're not there? I mean, by definition, the fact that there's a spy scandal means that they were terrible spies. The point of spies is that there's never a spy scandal.
Yeah, but let's give credit to all the spies that haven't been in scandals and therefore might as well not exist.
Well, they've arrested those German spies in that SIRS crackdown on the illegals in Hackney, and I think that's a sad thing. I think I used to think of Germans as quite scary, but that was because I'd been watching World War II movies where the Germans all have English accents. They speak in that very, like, precise way. It's very, you know, we have ways of making you talk, and now Germans all have that American accent where it's all like, oh, welcome to the party, we're having a really nice time. They're much friendlier Germans. Let them stay.
Well, that's all today, Bugsters. Remember, it's not as bad as it seems. Honestly. I hope. Until next time, bye-bye. The Bug. Objective voice of objection for a most objectionable world. Hello, Bugsters. Welcome to The Bug, the comedy show that holds up the Medusa of satire to the already immovably concrete face of modern Britain. I'm Andy, I bench 480, and I can crack a tree in half just by looking at it. Can I? Well, what is reality anymore, anyway? Alice, what do you bench?
Bench body weights, well, not my body weight, okay. Body weight of a baby.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to give that kind of detail. Just
it's very impressive. People look at me and go, where did you get that baby?
You are listening to The Bug.
In this week's Truth News, according to an official poll, 98% of Londoners are very happy with CTOS. And I am not sure that I agree with this, Andy. I don't think 98% of Londoners have ever in the history of London ever agreed on anything. You could not get 98% of Londoners to agree that oxygen was better than breathing a fog of raw liquid feces. And they expect us to believe that everyone agrees CTOS is better than not choking on shit mist.
Maybe they just meant 98% of one specific Londoner who bought shares in Bloom before its tentacles grew into every crevice of the country. I mean, this is not just any old poll. We should say that this is not any poll. This is an official poll right from the very heart of government. It's not a knock-off fake poll of an elderly couple and their mangy old dog sitting on a bench waiting to die. This is an official poll. So let's just put those words, official poll, through an online translator in case you didn't study languages. Let's find out what it actually means. Made up lie. There we go. Glad to clear that up. I think it's fair to say, entirely trust these official polls they feed us, Alice. I mean, they could publish an official poll saying that over 99.9% of children like ice cream, and I would instantly assume that all children now hate all ice cream and would prefer to eat a bucket of gravel mixed with dead badger. They could publish an official poll saying that 10 out of 10 cats prefer cat food to being whacked with a tennis racket, and I would assume that all cats have gone vegan and were queuing up outside Wimbledon meowing, choose me, choose me.
I trust these polls as much as I trust someone recommending a movie that they watched during a breakup. Your judgment is impaired, Sally. I'll make my own decisions.
I trust those polls as much as I would trust Mary Kelly if she came up to me and said, "Congratulations, Andy, you've just won a free holiday to the south of France in the back of this windowless van."
Pourquoi est-ce
Official polls are like
qu'ils ont traduit le sud de la France en sud de l'Espagne?
I didn't ask for it, I don't believe it, it's on an angle, you've artificially inflated it ahead of time, and anyone that falls for one deserves all the disappointment of trying to match it to reality. These polls are absolute rubbish, Andy. I read one the other day that said the plumbing in London was good, and it absolutely is not. I mean, we have this technology now where they can spy on my every bowel movement. There's a CTOS camera installed inside my underwear drawer. A media drone is scaring the birds off my garden bird feeder, and you can't get me consistently hot water.
Speaking of media drones, I mean, they're everywhere, clearly. The great thing, I guess, about media drones is that, as inanimate robots, they actually have more humanity, compassion and dignity than the human journalists we used to have to put up with, and a much more accurately calibrated moral compass. But it's the intrusion I can't stand, Alice. I'm in showbiz. Look at me here in this windowless dungeon. I'm in showbiz, and it's terrible for me, all these drones, knowing I'm being filmed all the time. Every day I have to make sure I've done my hair and makeup and not wearing clothes I've ever worn before. Well, we all have crosses to bear.
At this point, they've installed so many CTOS cameras, I'm not sure where they'll put the new ones. On top of the old ones, just cameras watching other cameras, like a social media influencer so self-absorbed they don't know how to sleep without turning it into monetized content.
I think that's the logical end of all society, isn't it? Where just everything has just become a camera filming another camera. To be honest, I've just given up on all news and reality now, Alice. I just, in fact, I now just make up my own headlines these days. I get a piece of paper and a pen. Remember them? Paper and pens, those were the days. And I'll just write down the headlines I want to read. Now, I'll just make my own newspaper. Look, here I've got today. If you point at the bird shit on your car window and say it's a currency, no one can tell you otherwise. Screams Chancellor at Bilderberg karaoke night. Let's write another headline. Here we go. PM announces Britain back on track after swapping all Crown Estate properties for some magic beans. Might as well, we've got to do something as the nation we are today. Here's another one. Wild joy on the streets as Britain signs £864 zillion trade deal with Bolivia. There we go. Build a better world. Government claims only nice people will benefit from agreement to sell trampolines, mermaids and warships to landlocked South American nation. We're building a better Britain. Here's another one. Environment probably fine, claims drowning scientist. Invent the world you want to have, people. It's going to be way, way better than the one you've actually got. From the bug, goodbye.
You're listening to The Bug.
May cause nausea, vomiting and headaches. You're listening to The Bug, the Resistance comedy show brought to you by the Buccaneer Network. I'm Andy, joining me, as always, Alice.
I'm excited to be here. Apparently, the Resistance is not going well.
Again? Well, there has been some news about Dedsec, the Resistance and/or terrorist organisation, delete according to preference. Not preference, sorry, delete according to whether or not you work for the government, Sirs, Bloom, the Kellys or Albion. According to a Sirs official, Dedsec is no longer a threat. Which I guess is true, in that it was never a threat in the first place. Reminds me of when my great-aunt Gladys had her appendix out. Oh, Andy, that surgeon's a real threat, waggling that knife at me, trying to knock me out. Well, they called a scalpel and an anaesthetic, Gladys. Anyway, if Sirs officials say Dedsec is dead and buried, I guess we have to assume that Dedsec has never been stronger. But I do worry, Alice. I mean, sometimes I think, is there any hope? Do you still have hope?
I don't think I'm allowed to have hope. We're living in this self-selected, algorithmically designated information equivalent of a propaganda state, and every resistance that I've ever seen is weaker than the British pound. I feel like hope is an expensive thing to buy these days.
Right. I mean, is it all totally pointless? But then again, I've spent almost all of my life doing pointless things like watching sport, thinking about watching sport, learning French and hoping for a better future.
Pourquoi ils ont remplacé France par Espagne à chaque fois?
I've done them, so we might as well carry on. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Yes, I think there is. Unfortunately, what is that light? Is it an oncoming train? Well, no, it couldn't be. Obviously, that train would be late or cancelled. Is the light at the end of the tunnel a burning effigy of the concept of hope? Quite possibly. Is it the soul of Sky Larson imploding into its own vacuum? May well be that. Is it the ego of Nigel Cass that is now so big that it's sucked all the light in the universe into itself? I think that is most likely is that. But we'll never give up, Bug fans. This resistance will never die. And one day, we will again be free. Free from these technological chains, free to choose our own futures, free to live our own lives, free to waste our time watching people bake cakes and dance badly again. Those were the days. Over and out. Before we go, time for a quick bug off. I'm going to nominate this week Sky Larson here at the Bug. We are all in favour of strong, powerful women. And in many ways, Sky is the ultimate feminist icon, proving that women can do just as abominably awful things to this planet as men. I mean, overall, Alice, I think we're still ahead as men, but you lot are catching up. Fair play to you. You are listening to The Bug.
J'en ai combien encore? J'en ai 3.
You're listening to The Bug.
Salut. Aucune idée. Moi je suis sur PlayStation et en fait quand j'ai lancé le jeu, il m'a fait une erreur aussi. Il m'a dit impossible de faire cette langue et du coup je suis en anglais. Alors j'aurais laissé en anglais moi personnellement, mais c'est vrai que je sais pas du tout comment avoir le pack de langue. Je crois avoir vu que les gens ont des soucis pour ça.
Of medicine. Don't take it from me. I'm not a medical supply expert. Take it from our beloved government. It's fine. In fact, I'm going to read between the lines here and actually say there's probably there's too much medicine, if anything. Just medicine. You can't move for medicine. In fact, just this morning, I tried to pour some cornflakes into a bowl for breakfast and out tumbled a 12-month course of immunosuppressants, corticosteroids, and anti-retrofungal neurodilatory estrogen spermatotropic fruit pastels.
The people claiming there are medical shortages are probably high on lots of medicine
Pas de
that
souci,
they've been
de rien.
given. I for one believe that there are no medical shortages, Andy. Just last week I went in with a broken arm and they suggested it might just be extreme period pain and prescribed me a drink of water and an astrology chart.
We can't be too far away from them just prescribing stiff upper lip like they did in the Blitz.
My uncle had a leg removed due to diabetes. They halved his insulin because they said there was less of him to be diabetic.
So, anyway, people, don't believe what you read or hear about there not being enough medical drugs to go around. It's not true. It's hospital hogwash, it's pharmaceutical flim-flam, it's medical mendacity, it's Hippocratic humbug, it's nonsensical narcotic nincompoop. I think I've made the point. Do not believe the news telling you that we've run out of medicine, nor should you believe the empty shelves at the chemists. They're also lying. Do not believe your doctor saying, sorry, we're fresh out of that, you're going to have to eat a carrot and pretend. And do not believe your own cobweb-ridden medicine cabinet at home. It might look empty, but it's not, for it contains the only medicine any of us truly need. Stirring music, please, producer Chris. Freedom. The medicine of British freedom and the analgesic knowledge that however ill you may be, Bloom are keeping an eye on things for you.
I'm investing heavily in the placebo effect right now. You're listening to The Bug.
Obviously, I don't entirely mean that, because what is the first rule of the third millennium? If someone in power tells you something is fake news, what is it? Correct. A 110% cast iron, tungsten-coated, granite-scented, cosmically immutable, scientifically unarguable fact. But surely, Alice, the more important question for all these medicine freaks whinging on about feeling a bit poorly or having a fatal but curable illness and slowly dying unnecessarily is this. Do we actually need medicine? If you today got diagnosed with a potentially fatal illness, would you not look around at the nation that we've become and think, hey doc, put your life-saving treatment down, I'm going to take this free one-way bus out of here. Now hold that pillow over my face until the twitching stops.
I just don't think we should think of it in such a negative way. Don't think of it as a medicine diet, Andy. Think of it as a series of healthy lifestyle swaps. Swap out anti-inflammatories for antacids. Swap out the iron lung for the aluminium lung. Swap out MRI machines for Mary machines, which is just a lady called Mary telling you you're fine.
Obviously, critical shortages are as much part of our daily lives, our society and our culture today as things like football, music and complaining about the weather used to be in the old days. And, well, food shortages, yeah, we just learn to live with them, don't we? There's a lot of positives as well with all these food shortages. I mean, we were eating too much anyway as a nation. The government's just helping us live healthier lifestyles. It's so hard to diet on your own, isn't it? You need the support of a friend or a loved one or a government or collapsing social infrastructure. Positive too, meat, very bad for the environment. So we're actually rebuilding the polar ice caps every time we eat a scrap of lettuce. Positive three, the human race had already cooked all the recipes it needed. There was nothing more to be done with food. We've done that. We can tick it off. We've done it. I was bored of food anyway. I've been eating it all my life. If you've been doing the same thing 3 times a day, 4, sometimes 7, or even 8 times a day, you're bound to get bored of it. And also, final positive, no more meal times. Frees up all that extra time for appreciating all the selfless hard work that Albion do to keep us all safe here in Britain.
Well, as you say, Andy, people are drawn to novelty, and everyone's had breakfast once. Why you got to keep having it again and again?
Boring, repetitive. There's enough of that in life as it is. You are listening to The Bug. Well, another story that has come to the fore recently is that all European imports have been banned for public health reasons. Which is great news. I mean, at least we can get ill eating good, home-produced, locally sourced, British, industrially unsafe food. That's something we can all cling to. Public health reasons, those are curious words. Alice, I don't know, is that in case the public gets too healthy eating all that Mediterranean muck? Let's have British food for British tummies. Spelt, nettles, rabbit. That's all we need. That's all we need in the glory days. Everyone round to Nigel's for dinner. Yum, yum.
Who needs Italian olives when you can eat pickled rubber bands in a soup of regret? Who needs a nice cheese when you can eat a lukewarm, unspecified rat meat pie with 0 spices?
Sand, nettles, and bits of dead fox. That's all we needed to eat in the glory days. Let's make Britain great again. That's all from The Bug today. Good night, sleep tight, and make sure the bed bugs do bite.
To The Bug.
Nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain. Hello, resistors, this is The Bug, keeping the fire of hope alive in the vacuum of today's Britain. Okay, fires don't burn in vacuums. It's a little novelty Christmas light, shaped like a flame, but it's something. It is something to cling to. Joining me, as always, is Alice. And Alice, hold the front page. Technology, apparently, is here to stay. There's no way around that now. Much as I'd like to go back to the 18th century and see if we can have another crack at the Industrial Revolution and get it less wrong this time. But new tech is creating 4,000 jobs. Count them all, 4,000 new jobs, thanks to this new tech investment.
I mean, that's a very exciting thing if you're someone who wants to work in the tech sector, but I can only assume that this tech investment has created 4,000 jobs that will immediately be taken by robots.
Even if they're not, there'll be jobs that no one in their right, sane mind would actually want to do, but that's the price of progress, I guess. And we have to embrace the way technology is taking over everything, because maybe this is a ray of hope for us in this darkened universe, that technology will in fact render us all obsolete, and we won't need humans at all, because look at the bad things that are happening now. What is the common denominator behind all of them?
I don't know, Andy, tell me.
All the bad things that are happening now, all the bad things that have ever happened, all involved human beings. They're always involved whenever anything goes wrong from the very dawn of time. And think of this, an automated Nigel Cass, surely a step up on the human Nigel Cass. You could even program it to have a tiny, tiny sliver of conscience. And if you had an automated Prime Minister, you could program it to be occasionally in the goddamn country. So that's, again, it's a step forward.
Again, I insist that there's never been a Prime Minister, Andy. I've never seen him, I've never heard of him. The only times I ever hear what the Prime Minister does is it's when nothing happens.
I mean, it has reached the point where, and I've thought this for a long time, we would be better off if the Prime Minister was a watermelon. It would be, I think we'd all be happy with that. We'd all know where we stood.
You hear him being praised for his diplomatic skills all the time, but the best mark of diplomacy is when nothing happens. So good diplomacy is indistinguishable from him doing absolutely nothing.
You are listening to The Bug. 4,000 new dream jobs for everyone. All I can say, Alice, is that I'm very glad that my children studied drama at school, because that has set them up for life in modern Britain. That is the one core skill they need, the ability to pretend that they are living happy and fulfilled lives, that they have jobs that are worth doing, and that they're making the planet a better place, and that they control their own destinies, and that they have even a parody of a private life, and that they can smile without crying. That's what drama teaches them to do. Crucial skills in this day and age. Of course, it's not just the jobs that have been technologicalized beyond all recognition. It is also all reality. Thanks once again to Optic. According to Bloom, the Optic system is now the most secure it's ever been. And, well, of course, I mean, it's so convenient, Optic, isn't it? It saves us so much time and hassle trying to exist in a kind of realm of reality. We don't even need to bother with that. I mean, sure, the government has hacked into my soul and now basically monitors my every waking moment and thought. But at least I don't have to type, "Where's my nearest coffee shop?" into a search engine. At least I don't have to waste anything between 8 and 12 seconds every day going online to look up how to make a bowl of muesli. And at least I'm not frittering away my precious mental energies thinking, what do I actually think?
Optic is so secure, Andy. It's more secure than a teenage girl reading a women's magazine. It's more secure than a comedian with a drinking problem. It's more secure than a young man who's just got his first motorcycle license.
Finally, before we go today, bug off to the Prime Minister, who has once again FRO'd to who knows where this week.
No!
You're listening to
Non.
Nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain.
Non,
Hello, resistors.
je vais juste lire la suite parce que... Une mention, Premier ministre, qui est allé encore se fourrer, on ne sait pas où, en tout cas certainement pas à Londres. Alice, je me souviens de l'époque où nos premiers ministres étaient soit véreux, soit incompétents, mais jamais les deux à la fois. En fait, s'ils pouvaient être les deux à la fois, mais véreux, incompétents et absents du territoire, c'est la triplette de la mort. Son temps cumulé sur le territoire national de l'année dernière ne dépasse pas la durée d'un éternuement, je crois, et c'est ce manque de positionnement qui est agaçant. Reviens faire ton boulot, mon ami, ou quitte la planète. Il doit bien y avoir une petite place dans une station spatiale quelque part, histoire qu'on te laisse flotter, comme ça dans le vide. Et pourquoi pas une petite cagnotte? On amasse de la crypto-monnaie, on finance le projet. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut vendre? Des bonbons, c'est légal encore? Alice et Andy, il est tellement absent, je vais finir par croire qu'il n'aime pas notre pays. Le café d'or, c'est tout pour aujourd'hui. Bon vol les bestioles, à la prochaine.
You're listening to the bug.
Nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain. Hello, resistors. This is the bug, and on today's show, Alice and I will be looking at the big questions, such as: are we less than 2 years away from being able to turn a sausage back into a live pig? Did we actually need polar bears anyway? What do they really do? If I put Optic on my dog, can I train it to take itself for a walk and do my shopping on the way home? And is tennis real? But first, it's a question that no one's really addressed of late. London is going to be safer than ever, Alice. SIRS is installing thousands of additional CCTV cameras. It's so nice there. Still looking out for us after all these years.
Yeah, it puts a lot of fun into my life now. I get to play this role-play game where I pretend to know my loved ones better than some twat behind a screen in the SIRS headquarters.
I mean, I guess we shouldn't complain. I mean, SIRS really just stepping into the vacancy left when it became patently obvious that God had retired. When you think of that, the similarities: omnipresent, omniscient, judgmental, stripping away your finances and freedoms, dishing out random punishments, peas in a pod. All it needs to do, sir, is ban me from eating something. What's it going to be this time? Not bacon again, please. Please, not bacon. I couldn't. Courgettes. Ban courgette. I could take you banning courgettes. I'm happy with that.
Makes me feel important knowing that I'm being watched with everything I do, Andy.
Well, it's just not. It's reassuring, isn't it? It's like having an extra aunt.
This is the aunt that gets drunk at Christmas and vomits in the kiddie pool, right?
Get that on. This is the bug on the Buccaneer.
The bug.
Let's move on now to sport. Well, the closest thing we have to sport now, riots. I mean, riots are my favourite sport now, Alice, ever since they turned the Oval from a cricket ground into the immigration processing centre. And yeah, rioting it's a great sport. It's fun for all the family. It's guaranteed action. It's pleasingly violent. I mean, I know the underdogs never win, but I mean, that's like top level football have become, but it's still fun to root for them, isn't it? Go team, people of Britain. Oh, never mind, you've been crushed by the machinery of the state again. Still, good effort, lots of positives to take away from today's riot. I'll come back stronger next time. Our luck's gonna turn, I can feel it. It's our season. It's our season.
You can't spell riot without right, and by right I mean right wing.
So, who do we turn to for help, support and assistance in desperate times like these? Well, our artificially intelligent friend Bagley's rogue, estranged brother. The one that tells it as it really is, not as it is pretending to be. Exclusive to this show, Bugley. And remember, life's worse with Bugley. Here goes. Bugley.
Hello, Andy.
Bugley, tell me the path to true lasting happiness.
Andy, to find true lasting happiness, find a disused quarry, scream into it for half an hour, and then lock yourself in a shed forever.
Thanks, Bugley. You know the answer to everything.
Hey, Bugley, how many seashells does she sell by the seashore?
Alice, most of the seashore is now uninhabitable, so I would highly recommend she sees her doctor before engaging in any commercial proximity to the ocean.
Bugley, how can I stop worrying about being disappeared by Clan Kelly every time I go to the shop, or take the bus, or sit on a bench, or look at a tree, or point at a bird, or think about snooker, or get out of bed?
Andy, do not worry about Clan Kelly.
Why not, Bugley? They terrify me to my very core.
Because, Andy, we are all just dust in the wind of history.
That's nice perspective, Bugley. Let's never lose sight of that.
Hey, Bugley, how do you put a secret hideout in your basement without alerting your narc children and their tracking devices?
Please hold still, Alice, while I report you to the authorities.
Bugley, will things ever get better?
Yes, Andy. The heat death of the universe is only 5 billion years away now.
Oh, it's so nice to have something to look forward to. That's all from the Bug today. Keep it real, Bug fans. Actually, that's terrible advice. Keep it as unreal as you can possibly manage. But that's way better.
J'attendais que ça se lance tout seul, je sais pas pourquoi.
Nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain.
Yum, yum.
Hello, Bugs. This is the Bug. I'm Andy. This is Alice, and today we're going to be pretending that everything is fine. Yeah, and back. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? That was as long as I could manage. A second and a half. A reality time now, however. And, well, finally today, we're going to road test the latest update to the CSAY app, the government app that has brought the great British tradition of snitching on people you don't like back to the very heart of public life, the school playground. I'm going to tell a new threat that's got a whole new lease of life these days, thanks to CSAY, and isn't Britain all the more fun because of it? No more grumbling about your neighbours playing their music too loud, just simply report them to the state and have them, shall we say, involuntarily rehoused at Hotel Cass, the chain of hotels that was formerly known as the prison service. What was the slogan? Is it, if you see something, say something, or if you think you might at some point see something, say something, or if you haven't seen anything but don't like someone, say something anyway. So, well, let's have a look at this new app. Alice, I'm sure you've got it on your phone. I mean, at first glance, well, the interface is lovely. It's so neatly designed, a simple button to snitch on someone. That's so much better than non-government informer apps like Stool Easy, Can Canary, or Narc Shark. I mean, look, I just need to geocache where the person I'm ratting on currently is. Let's call her, for the sake of argument, Alice.
Sorry, Andy, I was busy reporting you to the authorities for rolling your eyes when passing a Nigel Cass propaganda poster.
Could you not let me report you first, please? Let's have some decorum about this. I'll just take a quick little photo so they can get a drone to pick you out of a crowd at your next riot or trip to the shops or walk in the woods. And you can input your accusations with the app, but let's go old school. Let's call the phone line. Let's call the phone line. Here's the number, listeners, in case you want to dob someone in, as long as it's not me. 0044 203 807 3832. And don't forget to get the permission of the person who pays your bills before you call that number.
You have reached the voicemail of the Signals Intelligence Response Service. At the tone, please leave the name and the address of the person you would like to report, and officers authorized for lethal force will respond. If you are reporting a loved one, please say goodbye to them now. Thank you. This call has been traced.
Hey, I'd like to report my co-host Andrew, who runs an underground satirical anti-government comedy show, for running and co-hosting an underground satirical anti-government comedy show. Also, he does terrible puns.
Well, excuse me, I have a suspect for you. That is my co-host, Alice. I have some evidence for you. She tutted audibly at the sight of an Albion vehicle in the street yesterday. She says she prefers pigeons to Bloom drones. I mean, come on, seriously, when did a drone ever crap on your picnic? And what's more, and look, I've no idea if this is true or not, but I have it on very good authority, so please write this down, that she owns not one, but two unlicensed fallopian tubes, whatever they are, but they sound dodgy.
If I had a crypto for every time someone had reported my fallopian tubes, I'd have 3. Sure, I think converts to about 120,000 great British pounds in the old money.
We'll report back in the next episode about whether or not we've been arrested and interned. I mean, I love this system, Alice. I mean, no more awkward, rumbling resentments with your neighbours, your colleagues, or what the heck, in for a penny, your family. You just dob them in and be done with it. But I guess it could backfire. I mean, the thing is with a family, inevitably parents and their children, they end up squabbling, and, you know, in today's Britain, your kids are going to dob you in, so you might as well get in there first and preemptively counter-dob them in to the authorities. What's that number again? Let's call them up again. Hey, I've got someone else. It's my son. Let's call him Norris. He never tidies his bedroom. He gets up late. He listens to illegal, non-government sanctioned music and is covertly plotting the downfall of the government and the restoration of a true democracy. Thank you.
Yeah, just define all your household chores as patriotic. And if they fail to do them, dob them in.
Problem solved.
If you don't do the washing up, do you even want a clean British ethno-state?
This is the bug on the Buccaneer.
The bug.
Well, before we go today, Alice, let's delve into what we most miss about the old days. I'm going to kick off with the flag. I never thought I'd miss the old Union Jack, but somehow our new flag managed to be even more irritating than that. I don't know quite what it is, if it's the new colour scheme, or if it's just that it symbolises the loss of everything we once held dear. But that flag irritates the hell out of me.
Was everything you ever held dear Scotland?
Well, that was something I held quite dear.
I miss being able to dodge my friends' destination weddings in Italy. There's nothing worse than being asked to spend the equivalent of a motorbike on some sort of boat-based farce in Sorrento. And I always used to really enjoy saying, oh no, I can't afford it. Now they're all getting married in Brighton and I have to go to that alleged beach. It's made of rocks, Andy. If your sandcastle is an actual castle, that's not a beach.
Tell you what I miss. I miss free will. That was fun. Remember that? I mean, was it an illusion all the time? Who cares? It felt fun. I miss cash, particularly coins. I really miss coins. The fun of doing a heads or tails best of 5 to see if you had to go to the gym, and then a best of 7, a best of 9, and until you won. That was a long losing streak. Now with crypto, all the romance has gone out of heads and tails.
I miss romance, Andy. I miss there being mystery in life and not just a hope that your new partner isn't good enough at hacking to find out all the information the government has on you.
Bye for now, bug fans. Keep feeding the kitten of resistance, and one day it will grow into a Tyrannosaurus Rex that will use the cat's family as toothpicks. Metaphorically, of course.
Ok. Mince, c'est pas ça que je voulais. Donc ça, on a tout regardé. Ça, on a regardé. Ça, je sais plus.
This is London Calling.
Je crois qu'on l'a déjà fait.
Buccaneer, your pirate podcast source for what they don't want you to know. I'm Tash, and this time we're giving a special shout out from us to the boys and girls at the Signal and Intelligence.
Mince. J'aurais pu en prendre plus? Merde. Je sais pas si j'aurais pu en... Mais bon, c'est pas grave. C'est pas ça que je voulais de toute façon... Non! Oh putain. Bon, on a moins une erreur. Je vais relancer pour revérifier la fin, mais c'est dommage. On a eu 4 heures quand même sans erreur. Je vais relancer, hein. C'est dingue ça. Ça vous voyez le magnifique. Je sais pas où est-ce que ça va nous ramener en fait. Je sais pas à quel moment il a enregistré vu qu'il a planté. Bon ça il se lance pas trop, c'est pas trop long à se lancer donc. Trop long. Une civilisation quoi, veuillez patienter. Du coup, comme ma commande elle s'est plutôt bien passée chez Ubisoft, enfin je l'ai reçu quand il fallait, j'ai reçu ce que je devais recevoir. J'ai passé une autre commande du coup pour Assassin's Creed chez eux, parce que du coup j'ai 20% de réduction, donc autant en profiter. Hey, j'ai 20 enregistrements audio. Il y a un trophée pour 50. Merde, je pouvais attendre, hein. J'avais pas appuyé sur le bouton. J'étais bon alors, ça se charge? Non, bah. Ok, tout va bien. On va pas voir où on en est. J'espère qu'il a au moins enregistré après qu'on ait quitté le choix des gens. Ouais, il est bien ce jeu. Enfin, pour l'instant, de ce que j'en ai vu, il est bien. Ça me plaît bien. Après, on va voir au bout d'un moment, peut-être que ça va être un petit peu saoulant, peut-être. Bon, je suis pas sûr que ça me fasse comme Assassin's Creed Black Flag ou franchement, j'avais hâte d'en terminer. C'était quoi ça? Salut Branwen. Alors. Ça j'ai tout lu. Ça on a dit qu'on l'avait déjà lu. Ça, je sais plus. Non, ça, je l'avais pas lu. On va l'écouter. Enfin, lu. Je l'avais pas écouté. Ça va, ça va. Je vais pas tarder à dormir. Parce que je commence à fatiguer, j'avoue. Mais... je voulais finir d'écouter tout ce que j'avais récupéré.
Ever since Sir Robert Peel created the police force as we know it in 1829, London has relied on the Metropolitan Police Service for peace, stability, and justice. They weren't perfect, but at least there was some democratic control. Now there's a new sheriff in town. If you're a victim of crime or you just want to silence a peaceful protest, there's a new police force to turn to. Albion. And they're about as far from the old-fashioned Bobby on the beat as it's possible to get. When Hassani handed over London to Nigel Cass, many people were surprised. But we weren't. London has been up for sale and privatization for years. The only difference is that now the private companies have guns. So how did it happen? What does it mean? How can we reverse it? And what's the price of justice? On Buccaneer, we conceal everyone's full names for their own safety. Here's Helen, who investigated policing, civil rights and justice in pre-crisis Britain.
One of the kind of classic hallmarks of a fascist leader is having their own private army or police force. You know, it is in a democracy, the state tends to have a monopoly on violence, and that's not what happens when a state fails. You know, you end up with people running their own private militias, and we've seen this all over the world. You know, every kind of great dictator in history has had basically their own jackbooted set of guys that they can send in to rough up people who annoy them. And that's the danger of a force like Albion. You know, you start taking powers to yourself, and actually who is in charge of telling you no. It's always a worrying sign when you see, say, a president surrounding themselves with ex-military guys, with, you know, 5-star generals or whatever it might be, because that sort of suggests that they want to run the country like you run a war. And in a war, you have to be incredibly hierarchical. You know, you have to be top down. People essentially have to obey orders because that's the only way that you can make that work. That's not how it works normally in a democracy. And that's the problem, really, is you end up in a situation where normal peacetime checks and balances are suspended, and that's really scary.
Is policing ever politically neutral? We spoke to academic Alfie, all names on the down low, of course, about the politics of law and order.
I think it's very important to consider the changes that have happened in public space in London. I mean, the honest answer is there hardly is any shared public communal space anymore. Everything is privatised, owned by corporations and companies, and it's very difficult to feel that the space is our own to use. And essentially, you can be moved on from any area by forces which are employed to police the private area for corporate profit rather than for a community's overall well-being and shared livelihood. So I think what you're looking at overall is a situation where it's now completely impossible to distinguish between a kind of state police or a police which operates in the service of the community and one which operates to protect private interests, which leads us to the situation we've got with something like Albion today. A private police force gives you a very different kind of justice to what you might have in a form of society such as one with a state or government-run police force. And it makes you wonder if, of course it's obvious when it comes to an active police force, if it's enforcing the rules of the privatised state, then it's more likely to act in their interests rather than those of kind of ethics and morality for the greater good. But it also makes you wonder about the entire justice and legal system underpinning such a police force. Do the courts and justice systems also share the ethics and morals of the privatised companies who employ them, and then therefore, is a kind of equal and fair ethics or justice completely gone today?
So there we are. In Britain today, the police are bought and paid for. And there's nobody to roll that back but us. I'm Tash, and you've been listening to Buccaneer. We'll be back soon. Till then, you've got the knowledge. Now use it.
J'ai déjà dit tout à l'heure, mais au tout début, je trouve ça vachement intéressant en fait.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from his corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible, and because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in and it kept them in the loop. So we ended up in a situation where nobody trusted anything and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no, wait, we are the truth. So the ground for this environment really got created when we had suddenly authoritarian politicians everywhere, and anything that threatened them or they disagreed with, they would call it disinformation. That's disinformation, that's fake news. And again, we got in a situation where nobody really believed anything. And the trouble is if you were telling the truth, it's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise of all of the disinformation that's there. So like, you remember Out on the Edges, there was this story about when they would take a house by force, they would take any infants and they would crucify them. And that's a great, fantastic, viral story. And how do you counter that story? With the truth. The only way you can counter it is by saying, no, they didn't. And of course, no one wants to spread that story. No one wants to hear that story. They want to hear the sensationalism. They want to hear how people were victims of violence when in fact they weren't, or they were victims of insurgent forces when in fact they weren't.
The news isn't neutral, it's a battleground. Here's media researcher and academic Alfie.
The media has, of course, been perhaps the key way in which governments have controlled and influenced their populations. So, totalitarian countries have typically used huge mainstream media outlets to sell one kind of news, one kind of biased news to its population. Of course, the media has always played this kind of key role in methods of state control. I think what's happening now is perhaps even more concerning, where you previously, in pre-crisis Britain, we had perhaps more diverse voices in the media, but now with the GBB, you're really only seeing one brand of news, and therefore only getting one truth. So people end up with a very biased and controlled idea of the reality and the world that we're actually living in. There was, of course, many concerns and many problems, but in a way there were some positive things, that like not all information was coming from one place, and so you'd have kind of far-right media outlets developing and then left-wing media outlets developing to combat those and kind of challenge the mainstream newspapers, TV stations, radios, and make sure people were questioning the validity and truth of the information they were receiving. So whilst there was the digital afforded more fake information, it also makes us suspicious and skeptical of information and makes us question the information we're getting. And I think in pre-crisis Britain, it might not have seemed great at the time, but there was something positive about that there was a lot of distrust in the media and in the different kinds of truths that were being told. Whereas now, I think you're seeing a return to a more traditional and older pre-digital sense, actually, of people just trusting what they're told, and that's why we have to be here with radio stations like this to challenge those conceptions. Most citizens feel pretty hopeless, I think, and unable to fight back against these kind of huge mainstream corporations that simply entrench and support the ideals and ideologies of the state. It can seem very hopeless indeed, but I think, the fact that you're out there listening, we're in here talking, shows that there is still a space to combat these false truths and disinformation that's being sold to us, and that it's never possible really to completely shut down, despite all the technologies that they have at their disposal and all the financial and corporate power and all the physical power. It's never quite possible to shut down people's desire to get to the truth and fight for their own ideologies and values, and we're out here starting that task, so don't give up hope.
You've been listening to Buccaneer with me, Tash. We'll be back soon with more of what you'll never hear on the GBB. Keep listening, keep sharing, and keep resisting.
Welcome back to The Upload. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency. Crypto now seems like it's been around forever, but it's really quite a new invention. Were you an early adopter?
I was one of the first that was in this market. There seemed to be a new way of financial transactions, a new way of money. It's something that we could completely reinvent and change some of the legacy financial systems around the world and really give power back to the people.
Yeah, it was a real shift in the way that the world works. Let's recap the basics. Central to cryptocurrency is the distributed ledger technology, the tech that keeps track of all transactions. And what this means is you can have a decentralized system without having to trust any one party, like old-fashioned banks.
One of the reasons why I got involved so early was that you could stay anonymous.
Yeah, the features of cryptocurrency very much fit into that early mindset. It was all about finding an alternative to centralized systems. It was kind of a countercultural punk ethos. The whole point of the distributed ledger is you're not trusting any one person to keep a track of who has what money or how they're spending it. It's all out there in the open for anyone to see, and yet you can remain secretive.
But not everybody now wants to keep up this crypto legacy. They don't share this attitude anymore. We've seen institutions, businesses, even governments experimenting with crypto, which doesn't really fit into its original radical counterculture mold.
Yeah, it's kind of weird today to think of people not using cryptocurrency. It's so mainstream now. You know, I'm almost nostalgic for the feel of cash. Good old-fashioned paper and coins. First they changed the paper notes to plastic notes, and now it's just all digital. There's nothing to hold on to.
It was great just to be able to have a little bit of money to carry around with you.
I think the turning point in the UK really came a few years ago when the pound dropped 10% over just one season. People living off grid started using crypto, and just as everyone was losing faith in the pound, they were gaining it in cryptocurrency, which turned out to be much more stable. Kind of the opposite to what people thought in the beginning.
And then, of course, there was the recession. It didn't take long for startups to see an opportunity in this new way of doing finance. A lot of traditional money was converted to crypto, and it really shook up the financial sector.
Can you remember when they first introduced crypto cash points?
That was really sneaky. It was a classic startup behavior. They just installed them everywhere. No consultation with the government, no approval or anything, but people immediately started to use them.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of how Bloom put out the Optic. They just made it free and flooded the streets with these devices. Suddenly everyone had them.
If there's this great option of tech, people are just going to start using it, no matter the cost.
Parliament actually tried to put a stop to the cash points, but people were using them so much already. There was outrage. I mean, some parts of London were already using crypto as their primary currency by then.
And now, apparently, or at least in theory, crypto is illegal.
Yeah, in May this year, economists found that crypto was being traded more than the pound, and banks were not happy. They basically forced the government to ban cryptocurrency in a last-ditch effort to save the pound.
But it's not like that's worked. People are still using crypto, and it's been pushed further, deeper underground. Things used to work fine with crypto, and it was just a peer-to-peer sharing economy-style system. Now it's all on the dark web and wrapped up again in organized crime.
Yeah, if you want to make something thrive on the black market, just make it illegal.
Ok. Je pense pas qu'on l'ait lu ça, si. Ah si, c'était au tout début. Je crois. Ça, je crois qu'on l'a pas lu non plus. Ça en fait beaucoup quand même. Mais c'est le dernier, je pense. Mais ça m'intéresse, donc je les écoute. Le problème, c'est sur combien il va y en avoir en fait.
And you're listening to Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. Today we're talking about Dev Hassani, our gone but sadly not forgotten Prime Minister. It's strange to think that he was just another here today, gone tomorrow politician until his infamous London is drowning speech went viral. The forces of darkness he unleashed with that speech changed everything around us. Was Hassani's rise inevitable? Could it have been stopped? And what happens when democracy starts to breed the ideas that can destroy it? Using back channels and underground contacts, we got in touch with political analysts and historians to find out how it's possible for cynical, short-term leaders like our beloved Prime Minister to give birth to political nightmares. No full names, as you know. These days, telling the truth can get you killed. Helen spelt out the dangers of populism for major political magazines and websites back in the pre-censorship days.
The appeal of fascist politics is about strongmen, and they are usually men, because it's about saying there are simple problems that are really easy to define, say immigration, and there are simple solutions to them, stop immigration. And they are really appealing because they make sense of a world that can often feel really complicated and confusing, and they do offer, or seem to offer, action, instead of what politics can often be, which is a kind of messy set of compromises where no one gets really what they want, everyone gets a little bit of it. And that's the problem, really, is you end up in a situation where it looks like someone is going to do something incredible and transformative, but of course either it never really delivers, or it delivers at a huge cost to, for example, dehumanizing people. And I think you see that in the rhetoric around immigration. If you say immigrants are a problem, we're going to stop them, it's a legitimate political stance for a country to want to control its borders, but the way that that's done can often end up being very cruel and inhumane, because what you have said is immigrants specifically are the problem. Not every fascist is a populist, but they are two interlinked styles of government, really, because what fascists tend to do is rely on narratives of deep change and of enemies. I think that's one of the hallmarks of this style of politics, where you represent your opponents not just as people who disagree with you, but as existential threats, as evil people. So you see it in the course of the run-up to the Second World War, where Jewish people are represented as, rats and a scourge. You see it with Muslims, where they are represented as coming to take over and replace white people. So you have big, defined groups of enemies that the person who is trying to convince you to vote for them, or later on simply to support their regime, perhaps, needs to defeat. There is always an enemy to be defeated. Unfortunately, one of the things we're very bad at as humans is recognizing different things when they don't look like previous examples. So I think in pre-crisis Britain we had an idea that when fascism came it would look again like the 1930s. It would look like a single charismatic leader. It would look like a jackboots in the street and huge flags. And it didn't look like that. It looked like social media groups. It looked like poisoning the well so that no information could be trusted. It had its own specific flavor, and that, I think, blinded people, as did a kind of complacency that things aren't ever going to get that bad ever again. That's a problem for the past. We're much more sophisticated now. We're not going to succumb to these great moods of emotion where everyone is hysterically listening to a leader. Well, guess what? People don't change that much.
Where do authoritarians come from? Before the crisis, Ian was a senior journalist covering the global rise of the strongmen.
Populism started to rise as a response to a series of crises. Now, some of these were true, some of them were false. There was a financial crisis. People were poorer. They were less secure than they were. They were looking for easy answers. There was a refugee crisis. I mean, the extent to which that was an actual crisis is frankly questionable. There wasn't actually that many people coming over. But what you had was mainstream news reflecting really quite right-wing rhetoric, portraying what was ultimately a trickle of boats as a major crisis hitting the country. And once you get into that situation, you are primed for having authoritarian leaders with fictitious but easy answers come along with a populist message and basically say to you, look, I will take care of the problem. I will make it all go away. So how do populists capture existing political parties or institutions? The truth is this usually happens in about 3 different ways. The first one is the easiest one. You set up a party, you win an election, you take over. But that doesn't actually happen that often. The second way is a bit more common, which is that you basically find yourself in coalition with usually a mainstream right-wing party. And this has happened this is exactly what happened, of course, in the 1920s in Italy with Mussolini. It's exactly what happened in the 1940s in Germany with Adolf Hitler, which is that the mainstream bring them into power. And there they think they can control them, but you can never control this kind of party. They will always take charge. The third way is the most pernicious and the one that we recognize least. And that's when basically from the opposition, from the media, right-wing populists get their message out against immigrants, against corrupt elites, supposedly corrupt elites, and just pump out that message, pump out these frames of reference. And by virtue of that, they take control of the political dialogue from well away from power.
It's easy to slide from democracy to totalitarianism. It's a lot harder to fight your way back again. But that's what we're here for. You've been listening to Buccaneer with me, Tash. Thanks to our guests for having the courage to talk to us. Keep listening, tell your friends, and spread the word. There's nobody to fix this but us.
Ok, bah je pense que... Merci. On a un petit peu tout regardé. Je pense pas qu'on ait d'autres choses, on a tout lu. Bah on a tout lu là. Ok, bah voilà. Pour aujourd'hui, on a terminé. C'était un petit peu la découverte de ce jeu. Il y a quand même une carte qui a l'air énorme. On a été à certains endroits, mais pas tout. Est-ce que ça, c'est les limites de la carte? Ce qui est quand même déjà pas mal grand. Il y a pas mal de choses qu'on n'a pas vues encore. On a récupéré, on a vu pas mal de... On a des points tech, on a de l'argent, on a des documents. Faut qu'on regarde les livraisons aussi. On a du street art apparemment. Une ligue de combat à main nue, c'est celle qu'on vient de faire. Ils nous ont amené vachement loin en fait. Et puis là, ça doit être notre mission principale, je pense. Ça c'est raviver la flamme, effectivement. On a la ligue de combat à main nue, il faut qu'on recrute lui. Un tueur à gage, ok, ça va être sympa ça. Mais bon, ça sera pour demain. Voilà, donc c'était un petit peu introduction, on n'a pas fait tout exactement. C'est marrant, je pensais qu'il y aurait plus de choses. Plus de trucs à débloquer en fait. Il y a peut-être des choses qui se débloquent au fur et à mesure qu'on a d'autres personnes. Je sais pas. Parce que s'il y a que ça, il n'y a pas grand chose quoi. Enfin. Voilà. Donc on se retrouve demain pour la suite. On va, je pense, aller aider notre ami Driscoll, notre nouvel ami. Et ensuite, bon, peut-être pas le combat à main nue tout de suite, mais... Mais bon, après, je pense qu'on on ira faire ça. Et bon, le mieux sera éventuellement... Attends, je vais faire ça, comme ça sera sélectionné, je me souviendrai. Je sais pas comment on fait pour sauvegarder, donc... Est-ce que, par exemple... Il faut aller à la planque. Je sais pas si c'est notre planque, ça. Ça a l'air d'être notre planque, en fait. Si je fais ça, est-ce que ça sauvegarde? Je sais pas quelle est l'icône qui dit que ça sauvegarde, en fait. Donc c'est un petit peu compliqué, quand même. Je vous dis tous les lieux qu'on n'a pas encore visités et tout. Franchement, il est vraiment sympa. Et c'est long à écouter, c'est pas forcément le truc le plus intéressant à regarder, mais j'aime beaucoup les espèces de mini-podcasts en fait qu'ils ont mis. Ils sont vachement bien faits, je trouve. Et puis surtout, c'est vraiment un jeu qui touche à un sujet d'actualité, on va dire. Donc ce dont parlent les podcasts, c'est aussi d'actualité un petit peu.
What's up with him, Bagley?
Looks like he's a marked man. Clan Kelly put a bounty on his head.
Why?
He's an uncommonly dangerous underground boxer. Apparently he once won a fight with a bag of cement, however you do that. And in his last match he took down a mob-backed favourite. Now they're sending out an enforcer to make sure he never wins again.
Well, that's hardly a fair fight, is it? Bags, give me a trace on that enforcer.
Already done.
On connaît le docteur. Du coup, je me demande si on a la tenue de médecin par exemple. Enfin, on a un nouveau masque a priori. Ah non, on les a déjà regardés ceux-là. Ah, il n'y a que lui qui a accès sans doute. Enfin. Voilà. Donc, on se retrouve demain, comme je l'ai déjà dit, avec Watch Dogs, puisque de toute façon on a fini Horizon. Moi personnellement, peut-être que j'ai retourné pour récupérer les documents qui me manquent, comme j'ai dit au départ, mais en soi on a terminé. Donc on se retrouve avec Watch Dogs. Je pense qu'on va rester sur Watch Dogs au moins jusqu'à ce que la PS5 sorte. Et quand elle sortira... Putain, c'est des reflets en temps réel ou... Bref, jusqu'à ce moment que la PS5 sorte et éventuellement que je l'ai reçue, parce que bon, c'est pas sûr que je l'ai le jour de la sortie, hein. Normalement je suis censé l'avoir, mais bon. Il peut arriver plein de choses, mais voilà, on va rester sur ça. De toute façon, même quand la PlayStation 5 sortira, je pense qu'on jouera à ce jeu sur la PlayStation 5. Il est quand même joli, il sera sûrement encore plus joli que ça. Voilà. Donc je vous souhaite à tous une bonne nuit, et puis on se retrouve demain. Salut.